Egunon guztioi, asko pozten nau BBK-kuna garapen
Good
jasangarrirako
morning, everybody. A few words in Basque. We ask those of you that are listening in English to just bear with us. The speaker will surely say a few words in Spanish shortly. There is no interpreting from Basque.
Muy buenos días, bienvenidos.
Good morning. Welcome to all of you to this 10th Bilbao European Encounters. Today, Thursday, and tomorrow, Friday, we'll analyze during this event organized by González the impact of technology use at a geopolitical level. Over the next couple of days, local and international prestigious speakers will talk about the importance and the geostrategic consequences of technology uses. These speakers will analyze the role of states and technological companies in shaping the future, the safety and regulation needs for global technology, and power asymmetries that have resulted from technological globalization and multilateralism of AI. Thanks once again for your support and your contribution to this event, to the BBK, the City Council, and the chair of AI, which is financed by the Secretary of State for Digitization and AI. Once again, she's saying a few words in Basque. We'll be back with you when she speaks Spanish.
Nazioarteko topaketa honek munduko politikan gaur egun gertatzen ari diran aldaketei erreparatuko die. Gaur egun, 2023an, aldaketa horiek ezin dira azaldu teknologia eta horrek globalizazioan duen eragina kontuan hartu barik. Ekitaldiari hasiera emateko Cristian Prieto, BBK-kuna zuzendaria nagusiak du hitza. Aurrera, nahi duzunean.
Egunon, eskerrik asko, gracias a todos por participar.
Good morning, and thanks to all of you for taking part in this event, which we're very enthusiastic and proud of organizing. And thanks so much to coming to BBK Kuna, which is the SDG, home for the SDGs. He's saying a few words once again in Basque. We'll be back with you shortly.
Hamargarren edizio hau martxan jartzeagatik. Tenemos 2 días por delante, 2 días intensos.
There are 2 very busy days ahead of us to open our eyes, our ears, and our minds to a very hot topic, very much in vogue, which is geopolitics and technology. The challenges of the 21st century in geopolitics are very influenced by digitalization because ICTs have a key role in international relations and the way in which states and organizations relate to each other. These challenges include cybersecurity, influence and public opinion. The correct way of dealing with these challenges is a key part of international politics in the 21st century.
Datozen profilei ezinbestekoa baita aleginak batzea eta aliantzak sortzea eragin positiboa biderkatzeko. ¿Y dónde vamos a fijar la mirada?
Where should we be looking? We're going to be looking at all different things or different areas because that's what we need to do. You need to take different viewpoints. We're going to look at cybersecurity, firstly, because cyberspace has become another battleground where states and non-state agents can carry out malicious and harmful operations, undoubtedly.
Esta zientzia fikzioa ere. Eta gure eguneroko bizitzaren zati bat da, izan ere, zuzenean gure bizitzaren zati bat da. Gutxi asko lehen begiratuan ikusi daitekena. Miraremos a la guerra de la información y a la desinformación.
We'll also look at information wars and disinformation and the way information can be manipulated via propaganda, fake news. All of this has an impact on public opinion and, of course, the way we see international conflict.
Azken finean nork babesten gaitu. Online segurtasunak ahalegin bateratu izan behar du mundu digitalean, zintzotasunari eta konfidantzari eusteko, gaur egun ezinbestekoa baita gure bizitzarako. Y sin ninguna duda hay que poner el foco.
Undoubtedly, we really need to focus and make efforts to prevent this digital divide, because we know digitization increases this divide, economic and social divides, both in communities at local level and between countries. We cannot ignore that because it has significant key consequences for citizenry, education, civic participation, and governance of modern societies. And let's not forget ethical challenges, surveillance, decision-making, inequalities, intellectual property rights, open access, AI, and all the implications. And of course, we've got this, how it influences the environment. We need to also look at not just the negative side of things, but opportunities of digitalization of technology. This includes social opportunities and great opportunities for governance, for a values-based ethical model, a model that puts people and life in the center and that concentrates on different ways of doing things.
Hobe bihurtzeko bidetik garamatzan bide horriak, modu eraginkorrago, gardenago eta parte hartzaileago batetik eraiki dadila. Espazio seguragoa, bitizkoagoa, oparoagoa, kohesionatuagoa eta jasangarriagoa ere lortzeko konpromisoarekin. Esa hoja de ruta que nos lleva por la senda de hacer
the roadmap to take us to a better world that we can build together, which is effective, clear, transparent, safe, fair, prosperous, cohesive, and sustainable. I'm not going to go any further. I'd like to just say thanks once again for coming to this event. I'm sure we'll be able to take many positive conclusions from it. Thank you so much.
Eskerrik asko zure hitzengatik, Prieto jauna. Orain, Daniel Inerariti, Governance, Gobernantza Demokratikoaren Institutoko zuzendariak hitz egingo digu. Inerariti, jauna, mesedez, nahi duzunean.
Egunon guztioi, Bilbao European Encountersen 10. edizioari ekingo diogu gaur goizean. Eta hasteko eskerrak eman nahi dizkiet, data biribil honetan hori posible egin duten erakunde guztiei. BBKari, Kunari eta Bilboko udalari, eta jakina urte hauetan zehar, topaketa hauetan parte hartu duten guztiei. Los actuales cambios en la política mundial no pueden...
changes to world politics can only be explained if we remember technology and its impact on globalization. In fact, technology has become a new battle horse when we talk about global leadership. For several years now, technologies, especially digitalization-related technologies, are having a very disruptive effect on geostrategic relations between international institutions. And this is what we're going to be talking about over the next couple of days. If we think about the general features or characteristics of global politics over recent years, we can see that there's a change which is related to the way that technology has evolved and how it's regulated. At the end of the last century, the predominant discourse said that world governance was going to triumph. It was going to go beyond nation states. And there was a more determinist view of technology and globalization, the relationship between the two of them. And it was considered a positive relation. Sovereignty sounded like something from the past, an idea as the German sociologist Herzog said is something that should just rest in peace. We ensured that IT would actually do away with hierarchies. These would be replaced by governance networks, and they would be governed by experts and not by interests. I've actually said that, and I regret having said that. Global institutions and their cooperation logic actually did strengthen. I say from a practical viewpoint, in fact, from the 1990s, China and Russia increased their participation in international organizations. But if you look at the current political landscape that has emerged from the impact of technology, it's completely different. We've gone from a liberal, open system to a more private, closed system. We've gone from cooperation to rivalry. This technological shift has meant that global interdependence is now more conflict-based. We're using weapons, for example, now, and technological weapons for war, the war on gas, for example. Territorial cooperation and sovereignty have become more and more important. The world political order can be characterized by the fact that international institutions are losing legitimacy, and the support of states of these international institutions has diminished. We've seen that with the support of WHO, and there's this new impact between conflict and cooperation. Sometimes conflict beats cooperation. We're shocked by this return now to sovereignty. The US and China are now immersed in a trade war. The World Trade Organization has seen how its conflict resolution mechanisms have been scuppered. There's people who want to, states that want to control the international telecommunications units. The UK has left the EU. The World Health Organization has been accused of bending to Chinese interests, etc. So in general, we could say that states are less prepared to share sovereignty with global institutions. They compete far harder for influence, and they contest limits between international and personal or private interests, increasingly so. This fragmentation is becoming clearly, quite clear in the digital space. From an open internet in which influences and opinions can flow freely, this is now changed. In fact, now internet is considered as a threat, and many states feel that they should use sovereign resources to prevent the influence of other states, and have also been there's been a problem with individual protests. It's not just a matter of authoritarian states. Democratic governments also refuse to accept, to a certain extent, the American model of liberalism. The ideal of this liberal internet, which isn't as regulated as possible, has actually lost, this idea has lost support. The Chinese government in the 1990s reacted by setting up what it called the Great Firewall, which allows them to block communications. Russia has created what some people have called the digital Iron Curtain, and the EU has today a very sophisticated regulatory framework. Each of these cases, China, Russia, and Europe, even though they coincide in the terms that they use, they're actually very different relationships between state and citizenry. And this has different implications for democracy. What they do all share, despite their differences, is this similar aspiration to have authority over digital processes and a mistrust of their uncontrolled developments. That doesn't mean that internet hadn't ever been over somebody's control. This market economy, liberal model actually encouraged or favored liberal interests. Technological leadership from the North American has always gone hand in hand with this idea of trying to impose industrial standards. And also interdependence has been mixed with this preponderance of state and economic interests. With digitalization, you get something similar to what happens with global institutions. At least that's my hypothesis. They're not politically neutral instruments, but rather reflect asymmetric power distribution when it originally was set up. And we know that. We've known that ever since the beginning. The current conflict surrounding technology is actually related to this. What might seem a sort of a benevolent administration of internet isn't, since the Snowden leaks in 2003 has changed. If the US has become a dominant power that wants to regulate internet ever since the beginning of this century, both Russia, China, and the EU have contested this asymmetry to a certain extent. And with their own strategies, the idea of a digital state is this attempt to redistribute more fairly the power distribution so that internet can become a global good in digitalization, which is what I think should be our goal. A global commons, a global good. And this is what we should be debating in the next couple of days. Thank you and welcome to all of you.
Mila esker, Inerarity jauna.
Thank you, Mr. Inerarity.
Bilboko udaleko euskara herritarren arreta eta partaidetza 2030 agenda eta nazioarteko gaietarako zinegotzi arduradunat hitz egingo digu. Inuntziaga anderea, mesedez.
And now Eider Inuntziaga.
Bueno, egun on guztioi eta zelanez placer handia da gurekin gaur zuekin egotea, niretzat bereziki garapen jasangarrirako helburuen etzera bueltatzea. Gaur gainera Bilboko udala ordezkatzen dut, Bilbao European Encounters edizio berri hau inauguratzeko. Eskerrik asko BBK, eskerrik asko Governance lagunen artean beti gusto bat da. Bilbon ziur gaude geopolitika funtsezko gaia dela gure hirien etorkizunerako. Inoiz baino globalizatuagoa den mundu honetan, hiriak gero eta aktore garrantzitsuagoak dira nazioarteko eszenan. Berauek berrikuntza, kultura, merkataritza eta finantza zentroa baitira. Por eso es importante que las ciudades estén preparadas para los desafíos.
It's important for cities to be prepared for the challenges of 21st century geopolitics. These challenges we see at a day-to-day basis in our work with citizens, and it's affecting all parts of our lives, from the way we work to the way we relate to others. It raises doubts regarding educational models, leisure time, tourism. Cities need to be prepared to tackle the new challenges that are out there, but also to face the opportunities that are there and make use of them. For example, digitalization can create new jobs and also new economic opportunities. But as Christian said, they can also increase inequality. New technologies are also changing the way in which we live in cities. There's sustainable mobility, waste management, and safety are all issues that we need to deal with, as we'll see over the next couple of days. And as Daniel brilliantly explained, digitalization has a tremendous impact in the way in which local, regional, and state governments relate to each other and the power relations between them. This is something that we don't normally talk about, and yet we're lucky enough that we're going to learn about it over the next 2 days. We're committed in Bilbao to use new technologies, and that's why we want to use them to improve people's lives by investing in digitalization projects such as the Bilbao Data Center, the Basque Cybersecurity Center, or Bilbao Smart City.
Geopolitikoei aurre egiteko. Horregatik, harro gaude mundu osoko adituak biltzen dituen ekimen honen parte izateaz, eta gure hirien etorkizunari buruz hausnartu ahal izateaz. Espazio honek, gainera, gizarte eragileko guztien ordezkaritza bilatzen du. Akademiarako, gizarte zibilerako, administrazio publikorako eta herritarrentzako espazioak babestuta. Ziur nago, zelanez, ekitaldi hau oso arrakastatsua izango dela eragile guzti horien lankidetzari esker. Datozen egunetan, gaur eta bihar, gure hiriek aurrez aurre dituzten erronka geopolitikoari buruz hausnartuko dugu. Eta era berean, transizio digitalaz eztabaidatuko dugu eta usten badidazue, ausardia, transizio demografikoaz eta klimatikoaz ere bai. Izan ere, hiru transizioak elkarri lotuta doaz. Transiciones, decía, en las cuales los gobiernos locales, las ciudades...
As I was saying, transitions in which local governments and cities become increasingly important, because when we say think globally, act locally, we're very clear on that idea. So we're also clear that all the contributions that cities and our daily lives can make will help us achieve the goals set out in the 2030 agenda. These are all difficult challenges, but also provide us with opportunities to offer a better future for our cities and for the rest of the world. I'm hoping that this conference will help us to find innovative solutions to these challenges. Thanks once again. I hope you enjoy the conference.
Eskerrik asko zuri, Inunciaga Anderea. Bueno, pues después de esta apertura institucional...
After this institutional opening, we're now going to hear from Miriam González Durántez. She's a lawyer and she's behind the project Speeding Girls, which aims to offer girls different kinds of professional models facing up to the gender stereotypes that exist. She's also the founder of España Mejor, a citizens' movement which tries to promote public policies that are outside any kind of political framework. These projects concentrate on, for example, how to increase a country's productivity, how to offer quality, competitive education, or how to make best use of our natural resources without using them all up. But also how to use technology to improve governance and how to modernize our political systems. And I'm going to hand the floor now over to Miriam González Durántez, who's going to talk about governance for innovating and innovating for governance.
Good morning. About 6 years ago, roughly, when I decided, hold on, give me a sec. 6 years ago, when my family and I decided to move to California, to Palo Alto for some years, I had to, decide what I would like to do for a living. I was a lawyer. I worked for IBS, but of course, I wasn't willing to work in a different time zone. So I decided to leave my position in the board of directors of IBC and hold a seat in the board of a company there. So I asked my friends, my acquaintances, to please tell me about a headhunter so that I could contact him so that he would scout the market for options. I waited for a week, for 2 weeks. I waited for 4 weeks and I received no answer, no response from this headhunter. And when you are expecting an answer, but that answer doesn't arrive, you think something must have happened with my email. Well, that wasn't the case. The email had been sent. It may sound arrogant, but the truth be said, I found no explanation whatsoever to the fact that they hadn't even answered me. I had been a director in different boards. I've worked for the EU as an officer. I have a pretty, rich background. And the person who had given me the contact of that headhunter, well, was someone that I trusted, and I knew that this headhunter was a serious headhunter. So I decided to call him, asking about whether there was a problem, or perhaps I hadn't, used the appropriate tone in my email to the headhunter. And the more senior headhunter from the team told me at some moment in time, listen, in your CV, you include the terms EU, governance, and civil servant. All those terms appear in your CV. If you continue having those expressions in your CV, nobody in Silicon Valley will trust you. And that was eye-opening. That's how I started to see that the way we see governance in Europe varies enormously from how we see governance across the pond, i.e. in California, and that innovation hub. As to how we interpret governance from our side of the Atlantic, you need to understand that it stems from a very profound different tradition. We Europeans see the market with suspicion, but for the Americans, particularly from the coast, from the West Coast and from California, they're very much suspicious about the administration, the public powers. We Europeans, when we think about technology developments and progress, we start thinking about how we can regulate it. We immediately want to regulate it, and it's hard for us to embrace that all innovation, of course, also has side effects or collateral damage. And we are more concerned about risk than innovation, whereas Americans and people in California believe that it's impossible to innovate, and particularly in the world of technology, without spaces that are free from rules and from public control. And they accept failure, they accept mistakes, and they believe that is something that is part of the process of innovation. And according to them, the role of the public power needs to take place subsequently once innovation has already happened. And they believe that the role of the public administration has to be as light as possible in order not to prevent innovation from happening. So there's a difference in attitude towards technology innovation. Probably these huge differences will disappear, but you need to understand that our mindset has been shaped after centuries of tradition. And the current geopolitical context that Daniel was pointing to has led to the exacerbation of those differences. The global political context is not just a context of war, of conflicts. There's an intense battle for power at a point in time in which we are experiencing a profound economic change. The dimensions thereof are unprecedented. We haven't even seen this since the Industrial Revolution. And according to some, this change will be even deeper, more profound than the change brought about by the Industrial Revolution. And from the EU and from the US, we see this change very differently. For the United States, technology is a strategic imperative. It's the means whereby they will be able to continue exerting global influence. This is a channel that will allow them to continue restating their values in the world. So they have to be the power, in capital letters, the technological power, the major player in the world. For Europe, however, what's at stake is not strategic in nature. They are very much concerned about political control. What we are trying to do from our side of the pond is to exert a political control on a technology that we do not have and we do not measure. And that's why the European perspective and the governance of technology focuses systematically on the concept of democratic deficit. I'm going to expand further on these concepts. The American position on governance of technology stems from their position of force. They are the #1 player, the #1 power worldwide, the #1 technology power worldwide. So they are there fighting China, and the pawns are the technology companies that for them are of a strategic importance. During the second half of the 20th century, the traditional goal of the governance of all new emerging sectors was to protect the new market entrants, those small companies that wanted to tap into the market. But that goal in the United States is obsolete. Why? Because what they need to do is two things. They need to, on the one hand, shield and protect small players, and at the same time, they need to put their stakes on those big players. Now, in the United States, there has been a development in terms of the balance that the public power needs to strike between the protection of the interests of users and the ability to compete globally, i.e. the ability to compete by those mega companies in the United States. These are 7 companies that have the greatest market cap. 7 companies, these 7 players are all technological companies. Take a look, only 7 on all technology based. In many of these cases, well, these companies didn't exist 10 years ago, 20 years ago, or 25 years ago. And here, the battle between China and the United States is waged in a battlefield where all these 7 players operate. So the United States needs to be able to shield those new market players and also protect these big companies in this fight against China. We're not competing against these 2 countries. The situation of Europe is very, very different. We do not participate in this war from a powerful position. We are lagging behind. We are far away from the podium, the technology podium and the world podium. And I'm going to insist further on this concept because I believe that sometimes in here we don't really grasp this. We don't really understand this. Not being there on the technology podium, on the technology stage, means that we will not be present in the political and economic podium. This is not a judgment. This is not an opinion. It's a reality. In 2035, Europe will not be the #1 or #2 technology power. No, there'll be others who will hold those positions unless we change our attitude in the way we create and govern technology. It's highly unlikely that by 2035 and 2040, we don't continue losing ground. Probably India will step ahead and will overtake us. Europe, and I'm a firm advocate for Europe, but Europe, in my opinion, is accepting mistakenly that we are not and will not be technology exporters. So we're accepting this reality mistakenly. We're settling for this idea of being consumers of technologies developed by others. And that's why our approach to technology governance is not from the standpoint of users. We're very much concerned about how technology is used and not the conditions that the companies need in order to create European technological innovation. Here you have the list of the largest companies in the US by market cap. And as you can see, there's only 1 technology company, and there you can compare the size in terms of market cap of the main European companies as compared to American technology players. We continue, accessing technology, but we operate in some very specific sectors, for example, green technologies, also biotechnology to some extent, and particularly as regards the technological applications of the technologies developed by others for our goods and services. And it's there where we need to focus 100% our attention in the EU and in Spain alike. So there's a radical difference between the goals in the United States and Europe in terms of technology governance. You also need to understand that the EU is a set of rules, it's a regulatory system. Europe is a political construct with a legal entity, and that's why there are so many lawyers involved. And the market is a set of rules. The European market is a set of rules, and I've been a EU civil servant for 12 years. And the EU, what it does is basically regulate. We adopt directives, new regulations. This is what the EU does, has done, and will continue to do, also as regards the governance of technology. And in Europe, we have a wonderful precedent in terms of regulation of the technology sector. It's fabulous, and it's the regulation on data privacy. The General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, which was extremely successful and has been replicated in other parts of the world. It's become, an example of a best practice that has been replicated across the board. And this regulation is an example of the so-called Brussels effect. So Brussels takes the lead, and then other countries follow suit. Brussels has tried to replicate this experience with the Act for Digital Services and Markets. These are proposals with very sound principles, very reasonable principles, particularly as regards technology platforms, although there are some provisions that, in my opinion, are redundant, but this happens in almost all pieces of regulation. And although this has already come into force, you need to understand the implications of this act. And for the time being, it's interesting to see that the level of enforcement has been much smaller than the General Data Protection Regulations. So the Brussels effect here isn't being seen, isn't taking place. Why? Because a model that is based on regulating technologies that we do not create, or AI that we don't have, isn't really a model that needs to be imitated. It isn't really a best practice, and it be a matter of time for us to understand this. As pro-European, as convinced pro-European, I must say that innovation has to be at the very center of our efforts. Of course, not the only goal that we need to pursue, but yes, one of the main goals of the regulatory policies in Europe. Innovation cannot be seen as something that is contingent exclusively on financial support in Europe. We have funds for innovation, but we need to understand that for those funds to give rise to actual innovation, these need to be accompanied by the necessary conditions, and this includes appropriate regulation. Having a governance system that not only allows innovation but promotes innovation in Europe doesn't mean that we no longer need to impose duties and obligations to the technology players, the major players. Of course not. But we need to be very, very careful. We need to impose those duties without creating unnecessary hurdles or obstacles. And of course, we also need to modulate or adapt governance to risk, and do this proportionately. In governance, we need to hunt butterflies with nets, and we need to hunt elephants with weapons appropriate to this end. And sometimes the complexity of the European system and the slowness of Europe leads us to try to capture butterflies with, weapons to hunt down elephants. We need to be proportional. We're trying to strike a balance between the agility and the swiftness of the technology center and the slowness, the frustrating slowness of our decision-making process in Europe. We need to put in place hybrid mixed governance systems that allow for ongoing interaction and engagement between governments and companies. But for this to happen, we need to stop seeing companies as the enemies of the system. This doesn't happen across the board in Europe, but it does happen in some of the European member states. We need to start perceiving companies as an essential piece of the puzzle as part of our goal to become technology leaders in Europe. Something that obsesses me is the need to destroy barriers. For technology governance to happen, we need regulation and we need to remove barriers, hurdles, so that companies can effectively compete and innovate. The Technology Commissioner of the EU says that there is an interior European digital market. He says so just because those two pieces of legislation have been passed, just because they have regulated, he believes so, but he hasn't removed the many barriers that still exist in Europe and that prevent us from having a digital European market that is operational, a market in which every individual or company that decides to launch a new technology idea is able to do so without friction, without national barriers in the entire European territory, from Estonia to Algeciras and from Greece to Portugal. This, however, doesn't exist, and as long as this doesn't exist, provided there's no true effort to remove these barriers, the European digital market will continue facing barriers. Draghi and many Europeans are starting to focus their attention on these barriers that continue to exist. And I'd like to underscore something else, sometimes that we often forget. When we talk about technology governance, we need to consider the governance of those sectors that enable technology and innovation. One of the things that I find most surprising when I interact with the American technology companies is to see that there are many Europeans holding very important positions, key positions, French people, Germans, Spaniards, wealthy Spaniards also holding positions, Irish, European talent holding senior positions in the #1 technology players. We even have founders of some of the key companies in Silicon Valley. Have you heard about Stride, founded by Irishmen? And I've been lucky to meet some of them. I always ask them the question, and I always ask them, why haven't you done this in Europe? And the answer is always the same. Always. Well, because in Europe, I wasn't able to access the necessary training, and mostly because I wasn't able to secure the funds I needed to carry out this project, this endeavor in Europe. I was very much involved in the governance of the financial sector as an independent director of an investment bank. And I know, as you probably know, if you work in financial services, I know that more than 80% of bank activities are now compliance related and regulation related. And those duties and obligations make perfect sense after the 2008 crisis, but that was many years ago, 15 years ago. Those regulations prevent us from financing our own talent so that they can innovate in our territory and they don't have to pack their bags and cross the pond. Why isn't that we tweak those pieces of legislation? The governance of the financial sector cannot prevent us from finding innovation in Europe. Not only talking about investment with public funds, but also with private funds. Sometimes in Europe, we address innovation with a certain degree of pessimism, but it's important to recall that removing barriers, reconsidering or revisiting outdated regulations, experimenting with innovative governance systems, all these ideas are feasible. I have no doubt whatsoever that Europe can do this. We've done much harder things in the past. We've done what we have done in Europe. We've been able to put in place governance systems that have been revolutionary. Nobody could believe that we were able to succeed. Who has been able to set up a single European market in 27 states? Who else has implemented a single currency during the enlargement process to contribute to the peace process in Europe? We've been able to overcome many, many hurdles along the way. We cannot accept that in technology we settle and we accept our condition as laggards. We are very privileged for being born in this continent, and future generations need to understand this as well. But let's make sure that we don't settle as laggards. Let's do our technology homework. Europe has surprised the world many times, and now we need to surprise the world yet again. I could talk about this extensively. I could expand on the differences between the technology governance models in the US and in Europe. But all those differences, as mentioned by Daniel, cannot make us forget something that is extremely important, much more important. The real gap, the real divide is not between Europe and America and the US. The balance between innovation and risk is almost a detail if compared with the actual divide or gap, which is the divide between those of us that advocate for an open internet and those that defend a closed internet. Internet grew up during the 90s and it was developed during the first decade of the 20th century, the 21st century, as a globalization tool. And internet was a globalization instrument or tool. But this instrument, this tool, is now being challenged. And although we constantly talk about anti-globalization, I'm a lawyer in international trade. I don't really see that anti-globalization in the trade of goods. At least we see that the anti-globalization movement is centering its efforts around the technology field. In the United States and in the EU, we focus on our differences instead of our similarities. But we need to understand that our differences are very, very small when compared to the divide between the internet of the democratic world and the internet of dictatorships. In our discussions on technology governance, we tend to forget that the authoritarian model of the internet is swelling, is on the rise, and this poses a true threat to our lifestyle. We defend in Europe an open internet without boundaries, with freedom of speech based on the fundamental rights, on market freedom, on providing direct power, on those that had to go through the gatekeepers, through brokers. No, that's not what we want. We want to defend our European rights, and this comes in marked contrast with the internet model that exists in countries like Iran, dictatorships, autocracies like China, nationalist populisms, like is the case currently in India. Countries that constantly impose hurdles, obstacles, protectionism. Here you have the governments with the highest grip or tightest grip on the internet. The rivals or enemies of the US are not the European regulators. The enemies of Europe are not the major technology platforms from Silicon Valley. No, not at all. At both sides of the pond, of the Atlantic, we face the same enemies. These are the dictatorships, the autocracies that impose controls and restrictions in the use of the internet. And that's why we need to forge alliances. That's why we need to cooperate and set up a multilateral or bilateral forum. I've been a coordinator for many years for the World Trade Organization, and you won't be surprised by the fact that I believe that this forum for cooperation should be the WTO. But if this is not possible because of a series of reasons, then perhaps we can discuss this subsequently over the coffee break. The WTO has also been mentioned by previous speakers. The United States have decided to put the WTO in the fridge, and it'll soon be in the deep freezer. If it cannot be the WTO, we will have to find another multilateral body. But we always need to focus on WTO rules. What we need to do is make sure that we create a space where we can bring together our allies. The United States and the EU are allies in technology. We share much more than what separates us. And having said this, I'd like to insist on the fact that we need to set up bilateral or multilateral forum. We need to step up our cooperation. And this becomes more important now in the context of AI, which is the new border, the new frontier of the technology race. Some years ago, we started discussing AI. And now I see that the world is divided between those that are utopian and those that believe in the apocalypse. These are completely opposing views on AI. Among the founders of AI, we have ultra pessimists that flag the dangers of AI, and then we have the mega optimists that only see opportunities in AI. And the same applies to the companies that are developing the language models. N1, Denis Asavi tell us that what they have invented could destroy mankind, and that we need to address this as if it were a pandemic or nuclear war risk. Jan LeCun, much through the country, says that it's ridiculous and outrageous to believe that AI poses an existential threat for humanity. An investor like Andrés Holowitz tells us that the slowdown of AI will cost lives, and that those that slow down AI will therefore be held accountable for murder. And globally, there's a sharp difference between the high classes and low classes in the Western world that see AI with pessimism, and then the enthusiasm for new technologies in Asia, Latin America, and the East. AI, of course, entails risk. It really depends on how it is used, of course. And I believe that for Europe, AI is a blessing. It's a blessing. It's a godsend because it's an important opportunity for us, an opportunity that we never thought we would have. We Europeans have been left outside of the technology race. And now we face in a scenario in which if we do things well, we will be able to step up our productivity, the productivity of our economies. And this was something that was unthinkable for us up until now. For me, this is the perspective that needs to be adopted here in the EU in terms of AI. Of course, we cannot compete against the US in terms of AI, but let's make sure that we find our space. France is trying to do so. France, in my opinion, is the member state with a better position in terms of AI, and we cannot miss this train. We need to jump on the bandwagon. Let's make the most of this opportunity. Let's master AI applications so that when doing so, we can jump in the bandwagon again. And I'm sure that it'll take decades. And you're very much interested in governance. During decades, we will be discussing how AI needs to be governed. We will be talking about how small companies need to respond to those big platforms. We will have to continue discussing on how to prevent risk and protect users. In Europe, there are some countries that are doing things well. France has started to react. Germany's a bit slower, but is starting to take steps along the path. And I believe that it's very important that Brussels, the institutions in Brussels, start doing their homework. The hastiness to regulate the unknown to the hastiness to regulate things that we do not understand and that aren't even present in our markets demonstrates or comes to show a lack of political vision in the long term by European institutions. It's very important to step up cooperation between institutions, governments, and European companies. We need to be strategic in our approach. And as France has understood, for Europe to play a role in the world of AI, we need open source. And this is very much aligned with European principles. And we need to forget that obsession of regulating first. And it's not really about being the first to regulate AI. What we need to do is be pioneers in artificial intelligence and not in the regulation thereof. And in order to take the necessary steps, we need to start, taking those steps. We need to get the ball rolling.
When I see what the US is doing and the Biden administration with the executive order, I think it was last week or the previous week, and I apologize because I can't really pinpoint the exact date, but they use not legislation, but rather an executive order. It's a more agile tool, and they've managed to coordinate 25 government agencies. It's an order that isn't process-centered because these processes are still evolving, but rather centers on the inputs to those processes. For example, transparency and outputs, which includes labeling, for example. That's the philosophy. And it's been done after many, many contacts were made between the administration and the American businesses that are leading AI development. The idea isn't to hinder innovation, but rather to just simply add safeguarding peripheral systems around the innovation. And I think in Europe, we need to look more closely at these kind of more flexible models, and in coordination with the US do that, because AI needs to be considered at all member states and in Brussels, not something that just needs to be regulated, but rather a strategic area. I know that everything needs to be invented in the field of AI governance, but I'd just like to say a few things about new things that are being done. And I think these are 3 innovations which may give us an idea of where the governance route should head. As I said earlier, AI is going to change everything. And one thing that is going to change is how we govern. Not just how we govern in the field of AI, but in everything. The first thing that I wanted to talk about is the photo on the left. This is the AI Safety Summit. It was held last week in London. This summit didn't draw any major conclusions, but it was courageous enough to sit down around the same table, China and the US, to debate AI. That's why I've shown also on the right the executive order of Biden, because it includes companies in that photo. I want you to see with these photos that there's a coordination between companies and who's governing AI in other rounds of the world, and the attempt by Rishi Sunak, the British PM, to position the UK as a kind of a bubble, a lab, where anybody who's developing AI can go to the UK and experiment with it, rule-free, but in a contained fashion, didn't actually work. And the American Secretary of State said that it's going to be the US that's going to develop a hub to test new AI systems strategically. So what the Americans are telling us is it's going to be them that govern AI, that lead governance of AI. And although there wasn't an agreement at this summit, it's an initial attempt to multinationalize the governance debates surrounding AI that we need to carry on discussing in the future. I don't know if we'll reach a minimum common denominator, for example, as you do with air traffic control, or if we'll have mutual recognition systems as you get in the pharmaceutical sectors. But at the very least, people are beginning to make an effort to consider all these different systems that are out there. And that's good news. The second thing I want to talk about, sorry, I always go backwards, is something that's really interesting and really gets to the heart of this matter, the matter of governance. Who's going to set the rules for AI? Is it going to be a multilateral body? It's going to be really difficult for us all to get an agreement on that. Is it going to be governments? Will it be the platforms themselves who are currently the owners of language models? Is it developers? Who? Well, there are people who are innovating and trying to find a response to this question. And there's an open experiment so that regulations are drawn up by people, not users, not developers, no, people in general. Joe blogs in the street. And Anthropic, who have a chat box, have set up a project called Collective Constitution of AI, so that a group of citizens, in this case it's 1,000, but it can be upscaled, can actually shape these regulations. Of course, it's important to have great diversity in this group of 1,000 in the experiment. They gave them a series of principles and asked them to reach an agreement on the rules. They also allowed them to change the principles if they thought they weren't the appropriate one. For example, some rules such as there shouldn't be hate in the world of AI. Let's hope that those regulations were suggested by Anthropic, but then the participants added others, such as AI should be accessible and flexible for the disabled. The company then trained 2 mini versions of this chat box, one with the principles that had emerged from the debate of those 1,000 people, and the others without these principles. And it's really interesting to see what happened, because they were equally effective, both chat boxes, but the clot version that had the principles added to it had far fewer cognitive biases. This is, of course, just an experiment, and there are pros and cons with these kinds of experiments. But what is interesting is that you can use these systems to create trust amongst the public, trust in AI, but there are also downsides, because chat boxes with American principles will be chat boxes with American principles, and chat boxes with Saudi principles will be chat boxes with Saudi principles. But it actually does open up possibilities regarding AI governance. And I think actually regarding governance of what isn't AI, everything else apart from AI. Another interesting thing is this person, Audrey Tang. Audrey Tang is one of the coolest politicians out there. She was a software developer. She's now digitalization minister for Taiwan. According to Time magazine, she's one of the 100 most influential people in the world in AI. Even the LSE has studied what this minister does. And she self-defines as a civil hacker. It's a really important person to follow, because she's doing some of the most innovative things regarding governance in general, not just regarding technology. And one of the most recent things that she's done is to collaborate with the Collective Intelligence Project. This project creates alignment assemblies, which are really online forums where the public is asked about the use and creation of AI. They use similar chat boxes to ChatGPT. Participants debate their opinions on subjects such as, should we slow AI down? Or should we really dial down on transparency if, as a compensation, we innovate more. And these are chats and processes that can be upscaled very easily, and it makes things more democratic. So it's not just a few engineers from around the world that can decide on things that will end up all being affected by. In Spain, the organization that I chair on public policy, we are trying to do something on a smaller scale, but similar, with youngsters. And it's not an AI in this case, otherwise it wouldn't be feasible in Spain, but on public policies that affect youngsters. We're doing that together with the Behavioral Insight team in London and with Harvard University. We don't do it with chatbots, but we do use social media and virtual discussions to do it. Taiwan has a huge experience in governance innovation. In fact, Tang already used these systems to find out the rules that needed to be applied by Taiwan to Uber. She continually organizes open, interactive debates with the public, and she records these meetings with politicians, with companies, and she uploads them to her ministry's website. She calls this radical transparency. Imagine a Spanish minister who won't even allow direct press conferences to do that. Live press conferences. I'm not talking about this government, but any of the previous governments or the upcoming governments. Actually uploading onto the internet the content of all their meetings. Can you imagine a European commissioner, many of whom refuse to meet companies, actually consulting openly and interacting directly with people, with the public? Good governance of AI doesn't only depend upon content and rules, or on striking a balance between innovation and risk, or the way we get multilateralism on board. The true governance of AI also depends on the quality of those who are governing. We need to govern to innovate, and that requires us having governance innovators sitting in government positions. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Miriam, por esta conferencia.
Thank you so much, Miriam, for your words, for your talk. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. And as you know, you are always welcome here. We'd love having you. Well, it's time for a break. Coffee, I think, is prepared. And what I do want to project on the screen is a QR code. And this QR code, if you scan it, you'll get interpreting, because the next panel session will have some participants that will speak in English. So just scan it and collect some headsets from my colleagues. We'll see you back shortly.
Kaixo berriro, goizeko lehen mai inguruari ekingo diogu, izenburua, estatu eta enpresa teknologikoak etorkizunaren konfigurazioan. Vamos a dar paso a la primera mesa redonda.
We're now going to start the next panel session. It's the first one, and it's entitled States and Technology Companies in Shaping the Future. And I'm going to introduce you to these speakers. We've got Estíbaliz Ernaiz. Welcome to you. We've also got Carmen Colomina from a senior researcher at CIDOB. Welcome. We've also got Marta Cantero, who's a professor at EUI in Florence. She is talking about, she researches governance in technology. Her research is to assess the appropriateness and limitation of governance to deal with the current problems affecting social problems and fundamental rights. And we're going to have online Dragos Tudorache. He's an MEP and a rapporteur at LIBE on the AI Act. There he is. Welcome. And I've also got next to me José Luis Albo, who's director for the public sector of the northern area of Indra. He's a telecommunications engineer and has over 30 years experience in this field. He worked initially in the Union Fenosa Group, and since 2007 he's been working at Indra Group, and he's had several management posts there. At his work, he's been collaborating with the modernization and digitalization of public administrations, that's both at a local and a regional level, in the north of Spain. And the person moderating this panel session is Javier Font. Thank you for coming. He's founder and Executive Vice President of Intelligence and Public Affairs. And I get to hand the floor over to him directly. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this panel session on states and companies and how they shape our future. It's a pleasure to take part at this panel session with this great group of speakers. I should especially like to say thanks for the fact that in addition to the 4 people we have in the room, we've also got the online participation of the MEP Dragos Tudorache, who's joining us from Brussels. It's a plenary day at the European Parliament, and I know they've just voted, and Dragos has been kind enough to, as soon as he's voted, scoot out and join this panel session. I just want to introduce the subject matter. You know who our speakers are. We've listened this morning to Daniel Innovate and Miriam González, and we're now going to be talking about to what extent technological transformation and AI are reshaping the global political scenario. In fact, Miriam spoke about the debate between the UK government and the US government about the existence and participation of China at the AI summit last week in London on AI safety. That actually just gives us an idea how much of a priority this technological field in this struggle for dominance between the US and China. In the final statement of the summit on AI safety, there was a clear call made, firstly, to the private sector to be more transparent in their progress in especially the most advanced models of AI, the knowledge frontiers, where they are exactly, because we're seeing that there's some very major steps forward in AI. And there's also a call at the same time to governments to upskill in AI and develop their expertise. This is really necessary to correct this imbalance, because in the private sector, we see there's a great deal of knowledge of very advanced technologies, but in the public sector, we don't see that. We don't see that expertise, that knowledge that specifically is necessary. And then, of course, there's also an imbalance, and this is something that Miriam said in her talk, between the speed or the urgency that we see in some regulators and this call initially to move further forward in innovation that comes from the private sector. Once we see what the outreach of all of this technology is, to then regulate afterwards. That's what the private sector wants. So without further ado, let's move on and hand the floor over to our speakers. We're going to start with Dragos. Dragos, when you're ready.
Can you hear me? Good morning, Dragos.
Yes, now I can. I think there is a bit of a delay. I hope you can see me and hear me.
We are talking about the enormous impact of technology and AI on global geopolitics. You have been fundamental in shaping the EU regulation regarding AI. I wonder, what's your take regarding this fundamental impact of AI on geopolitics, and particularly regarding the risks and opportunities that AI poses to the European Union?
Well, thank you very much, Javier, first of all, for inviting me to address this very distinguished panel. Many apologies for not being able to be physically present with you. You mentioned it. It is a mini plenary week here in Brussels, and therefore I could not escape my duties as an MEP. A very important question that you put, because as I always say when speaking of AI, there is nothing less technical and more political or more geopolitical these days than actually artificial intelligence. This may sound counterintuitive to some, but I am convinced of that statement. And why is it so? It's a very complex discussion. I can only simplify it by saying it is because it is going to change everything. It is going to change the way we live our lives as individuals, as humans. It is going to change the way our economies are going to look in the future. They already look very differently today, powered up by artificial intelligence. And certainly, it's also going to look very differently in terms of how our democracies, how our relations between citizens and the states will look like in the future. And therefore, it is only, I would say, natural that the models that we choose to govern AI is something that is becoming geopolitical. And we see it in all of the global conversations, going all the way to the interactions between our leaders. You mentioned yourself the Safety Summit in London last week. So all these are just manifestations of this reality. So we have a clash of models, right? We have Chinese models of looking at technology and the role that they play in society, a role that very much is driven by the state that controls society. We have an American model, or what one would call an American model, where business is first, where the economic interests and the role of companies, because you mentioned the role of companies as well, takes precedent. And then you have a European model, where we try to craft a balance between the need to protect the rights of our individuals, we need to protect the interests of society as we understand them according to the values that underpin our union, and we try to balance them with the interest to still protect and promote innovation. And there is a competition between models simply because the rest of the world is now watching, and the rest of the world is also considering what to do. Societies, and there is a bottom-up demand from societies to do something about artificial intelligence, because also society starts understanding the very profound impact that this transformation is having on their lives, on their jobs, on the education of their children, on the future, and therefore they demand action from their governments. And governments are looking around and asking themselves, what is the better model? How should we actually approach regulating AI, governing artificial intelligence? And therefore, the clash, sorry for the bell, this is the bell reminding that we have to go and vote again sometime soon. Again, governments around the world, Latin America, Asia, Australia, Canada, everybody is wondering, what is the next move? What model should we take? Should we go down the path of letting this technology run free still for a number of years, because some argue we haven't yet seen all of its manifestations, we don't fully comprehend how it works, and therefore trying to put some rules, some boundaries in place is too early, and we risk stifling innovation? Or do we go down the path of the model where, because some of the risks are already evident, we put some safeguards in place, we come up with rules going beyond voluntary commitments or principles, which is the choice of other jurisdictions, and we set these parameters firmly into law. This is something that is ongoing. And in all of this debate about models, as a union, we have been very adamant by saying we believe it is time to go past voluntary commitments, to go past discussions on principles, and actually commit pen to paper and write a law. And while some years ago, I remember when we first started working on the text, many were arguing and asking if we're not rushing with this regulation. Now I get a lot of questions as to why don't we finish quicker? Because what has happened over the last 2-3 years, since the debate first started in Europe, is that a lot of the risks that were just theoretical for many 2 or 3 years ago have in the meantime become very concrete, very real risks. And therefore, and also because I was speaking earlier of a demand that is bottom-up, that comes from society, all the statistics, all the research, both in the US and in Europe and in other corners of the world, are showing that the more people read and understand what AI is and what AI does to their lives and to their futures, the more people grow concerned. And therefore, because of this, again, it's no longer a question of why did we go so fast. It is becoming a question of how can we make sure that the rules that we are writing right now are going to come quicker into effect. So this is where we are. We have seen the results of the Safety Summit. We see also the concrete results of the G7 discussion. There is also a G7 Hiroshima process started in June, which is also trying to put together a code of conduct, a broad frame around some of these models, the more potent, the more advanced, the so-called frontier models. So again, the whole world is moving, and within this motion at the global stage, we are the first as a jurisdiction at EU level to come with hard rules. And these rules will become reality by the end of this year. I'm quite confident that still under the Spanish presidency, we can wrap up the trilogues, and therefore, again, as the jurisdictions will be the first ones to mark the territory, to put up there this first set of rules. And then there's the question of how much of Brussels effect we're going to see once these rules are going to be adopted. And here there are arguments going in both directions. Some who consider that there will be a de facto Brussels effect simply because companies, no matter where they are, they would not be able to ignore or stay away from the European market, and therefore, again, by de facto, they will have to adapt to the EU market, and then why not use those products, those services, AI-driven, developed for the European market, to also then put it in on the markets in other corners of the world, and therefore, de facto, you would have the Brussels effect, but also de jure, because already several jurisdictions around the world, Brazil, in Latin America, and a few other countries in Latin America, but not only, some countries in Asia as well, are in fact looking directly and assumed at the EU model of regulation and are inspiring their own work using the risk-based approach that we have taken in our regulation. So again, speaking of models and the competition between models, this is something that in the months to come is going to become more and more evident. So I don't know whether, Javier, you want me to maybe go in other directions than this one, or whether I should stop here for now and remain available for further questions if you have any.
Well, thank you so much for those very sharp insights, Dragos. And thank you also not just for providing us with this very interesting insider Brussels perspective of AI regulation, but also for making this comparison among different models in the US and in China. And this is also very helpful for this round table. Now I would like to move to the Basque Country. Euskadi, lógicamente, bueno, pues es un territorio líder en la aplicación de la innovación tecnológica a la...
The Basque Country leads the application of AI in industry. We've seen that in the European rankings for regional innovation, the positioning of the Basque Country. And we've got Estíbaliz Ernaiz with us here today. She's one of the main architects behind this revolution in Basque industry. And of course, she's very, very well aware of the impact of this technological revolution and AI in the world of industry. And of course, the political, geopolitical dimension, we're seeing what happened in Ukraine with the access to internet, for example, and the impact and what's happening between the US and China, and the impact that it's having on many of our companies that have part of their subsidiaries in China and in many other countries around the world. So it's great to have you with us, Estíbaliz. Can you give us your view of the situation? Firstly, good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. Thanks to Globernance, BBK Kuna, and for having welcomed us to this great space. I've never been here before. Today's subject is a really interesting one. As Javier said, after what Daniel and Miriam both said, it's almost embarrassing to talk about these subjects, but I'll try to say something and concentrate on what we can do here from the Basque Country, or what we're trying to do here in the Basque Country. We've spent several years now talking about digitalization of industry. This is actually part of our DNA. We're a small but industrial country. Almost 25% of our GDP comes from industry. In fact, 40% if we consider also the advanced service sector. So that's why the government concentrates on industry. Clearly, investment in R&D and I is very much something we need. In fact, 2.3% of our GDP is invested in R&D and I. And when we talk about these European transformations that we talk about, the health transformation, the energy and climate transformation, and the technological and digital transformation, quite clearly, we are concerned or preoccupied, in inverted commas, that our industry doesn't lose its competitive edge in the global stage where we are all acting. And in addition to that, we're also concerned about the fact that after the COVID crisis, the Ukraine crisis, and the lack of semiconductors that we've had to deal with, that not only do we have R&D and I and in the Basque Country, but also we produce. We don't just innovate, but we produce, and we have what we call kilometer zero, and this is something we're applying to almost everything that we're doing. So it's really, really important to have production in-house, knowledge generation, investment in R&D and I, and use the technological geopolitical situation. Another characteristics that we have as a country is that there's public-private collaboration. I think that's also something we had that's part of our DNA. It's something that we've accepted for many years, and it's a formula that's worked very well to date, because we need to listen to our businesses to be able to design policies that truly support their development, enable their competitiveness, because then we've got the other side of things, the economic side of things. And I was mentioning that earlier to Danielle.
We need to make sure that we allocate funds, resources to social sphere, good education, good health system. And those that generate those resources at the end of the day are the, well, companies, the business fabric. So we need to strike a balance between the economic sphere, the social sphere, and public-private partnership needs to take a role. Considering our characteristics as a country, our specificities, and in the geopolitical context of those emerging technologies, we need to make sure that we continue making headway as a country so that our companies don't lag behind. And to do so, we need to leverage on technology. And I'd also like to highlight ethics and transparency. We need to make sure that things are done in an ethical fashion. And of course, we need to regulate. We need to regulate, that's all well and good, but of course, always considering ethics, human rights, and we need to make sure that the acts, the regulations, the directives bear these concepts in mind, but at the same time leave us some leeway and are not overly stringent or rigid. We need to avoid regulations that, well, give us no flexibility. And we need to make sure that these regulations ensure minimum level of ethics and human rights, but at the same time that they give us the flexibility to innovate better, to continue investing in research and development, to continue investing in talent. This is yet another strategic element of this industrial revolution. We need to train here, upskill here to retain talent, and reskill our individuals at the very center of our companies. And this is essentially if we wish to embark on a successful transformation journey and to ensure the competitiveness of our business fabric. And that's it, roughly on my side. Thanks very much, Estíbaliz. Thanks very much for reminding us the importance of public-private partnership. And you've touched upon some other very relevant topics like ethics and human rights. We enjoy the presence of Marta Cantero. Marta Cantero is a renowned expert in the world of governance, algorithms, and now we're going to not only address the global impact of technology and AI, but we're going to directly address human rights. Yesterday, the Human Rights Commissioner for the UN made public a letter on the EU regulation on AI, and he expressed his concern. Estíbaliz was explaining earlier that this model, and Dragos touched upon this as well. Estíbaliz says that we need to make sure that companies do a self-assessment of the risks associated to the development of their AI models. But is this self-assessment enough? The UN commissioner said that perhaps we need to rely on an additional mechanism, an additional initiative, and not just rely on the self-assessments conducted by companies. Marta has analyzed governance related to big data, also platforms. And what's your take on all these issues? What are the implications of AI? And what additional mechanisms or schemes should we put in place to protect human rights? Thanks very much, Javier, for giving me the floor. I'd like to thank the organizers, of course, for inviting me to participate in this event. And so here we're talking about regulation and governance of AI. This is a hot topic. We've discussed many aspects, and I'm not going to focus on the self-assessment processes conducted by companies. In my opinion, public-private partnership needs to necessarily happen. And in Spain, with the new royal decree on the regulatory sandbox, now we try for this dialogue to be an ongoing dialogue, to be more ordered. We need to understand the regulation that companies need to put in place. And of course, there needs to be some supervisors of technologies. It's true that the European legislation doesn't cover it all. The scope is limited. And of course, this means that many lawyers, many researchers are criticizing this European initiative. And there are many concerns that have been voiced regarding that self-assessment process. I'd also like to highlight that the European legislator isn't appropriately addressing the management of risks associated to AI. As some of you may know, European legislation, I'm going to go into the details, sets a system whereby there are different risk categories. There are some AI systems that will not be able to tap into the market. Some systems have a high level of risk, and some other systems do not entail risk. So there is a rating of the risk level of the different AI systems. The legal requirements that companies need to abide by would only apply for those AI systems that qualify as high-risk systems. The policymakers leaving the door open to the developers themselves defining whether the AI system falls under the bucket of high risk, and therefore the requirements of the legislation will be at the discretion of developers. And complying with these requirements will be based on a certification that will be done by the developers of the AI systems themselves. And then it is envisaged that an audit be conducted to ensure compliance. And there will also be a European standard. So the idea is to see how companies are abiding by the legal obligations that stem from this act. We see that several standardization bodies are already working on these standards, and these standardization bodies are private companies in many cases. And now, let's think about the geopolitics. As part of this public-private partnerships, well, of course, China, and it's there where AI is going to be governed. China has already started making its moves and making decisions. And we see that first, we, of course, consider the role of self-regulation with principles and codes of conduct. Then the regulator, or sorry, the policy maker regulates. And then, of course, we need to be talking about the implementation of the regulation and the enforcement thereof. We believe that European companies now, thanks to this model, know how this technology is going to be regulated. Earlier, we were talking about the Brussels effect. And in my opinion, this piece of regulation can be very positive because it will set the market parameters. Sometimes it's the market who plays a role much more than the policymakers. China has already made some moves in several international agencies, for example, the International Telecom Union, where China is a significant player. And the social stakeholders in different countries are aware of the fact that AI is a reality, but have decided to turn a blind eye to this and have focused on other more local aspects. And as a result, China is exporting its view on technology governance, and the Chinese standards are now being exported to other countries. We were saying earlier that Europe is lagging behind. There are some companies that are buying Chinese technologies and developed on some standards that are not fully democratic. So in the European process for, to regulate AI, we need to be very, very careful with what's happening out there. We can continue discussing this during the lunch break. And in my opinion, the European standardization agencies, 3 in total, haven't been sufficiently involved in the drafting of the standards. Why has this been the case? Well, because Chinese companies are very actively engaging with these bodies, these standardization bodies. And we as Europe have missed out on a very important opportunity, an opportunity to control the Chinese. We will have to wait and see what the outcome is. There's much room for improvement in terms of technology standardization. And now let me wrap up referring to transparency. Those systems that either via self-assessment or because of their nature do not entail a high risk are going to be regulated mostly through transparency measures. And of course, we have the General Data Protection Regulation. We have stringent GDPR legislation. But to what extent are we really complying with it? How many of us have paid 30 euros to use Meta and have our data adequately protected? Thanks very much, Marta, for sharing your thoughts with us. You've helped us understand the geopolitical implications of the new regulations. You've talked about self-assessment models and the impact of these models in terms of transparency. And those of us that have the chance of working in countries like United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia are very much surprised because in previous technology transformation, the hegemonic relationship was with American players. But in the field of AI, we see a paradigm shift, a geopolitical paradigm shift. The main partners of the states like Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates are no longer the big techs from the United States, but rather they're partnering with Chinese companies and building very close ties with these Chinese companies. And as a result, this is giving way to a new landscape. And we are lucky to enjoy the presence of Madam Karma Colomina. Karma has many years of experience under her belt. She's a researcher, senior researcher, and she wears a different hat as well, a second hat, which is the journalist hat. One of the geopolitical risks of AI is disinformation or misinformation. You have broad experience in the Euro-Mediterranean region, and we'd like to ask you to shed light on the situation based on your experience when addressing disinformation, and what are the geopolitical challenges that we have ahead of us, and how can we put an end to disinformation? Thanks very much, gentlemen, and thanks for inviting me to participate in this event. Much has been covered already. I'll try not to repeat what my colleagues have said. All these topics are intertwined. Information is a right. There's a right to information, a right that triggers many other rights. It's a public asset, a public good, and now because of disinformation, this right is challenged, is at stake, it's being attacked. And this is part of a broad change. It's not just how we engage with information, with data. It's not just about the quality of information. It's not just about the online world and how we interact with online media. There's also a global change in how the world is showcased, how the world is explained. This morning, we've been talking about this clash in models. We see that there is a clash of perceptions. And when it comes to engaging with technologies, we also see that there is a speed of an acceleration. The internet accelerates the loss of hegemony in the global narrative that the West used to have. This loss of control, this loss of dominance is more than evident. And we've seen this after 2012. Al Jazeera and Russia Today are some of the media outlets that have gained momentum, and there's a decoupling in the way we explain the world. The forward-looking study conducted by the EU in 2023 talks about this battle for narratives. We are moving towards a battle of offerings. There is a world à la carte, particularly so in the African continent and the global south, where there's a wealth of options in terms of technology, partnerships, in terms of geopolitical alliances, and even in terms of global political positioning. These new partnerships are serving the interests of some, and this is something that the EU has understood with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We've seen this in the voting in the UN Security Council, and now we have the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So we see that now there are many new players coming into play. There's also geopolitical competition for resources. We've seen this clearly in the African continent, also in Latin America. The EU is trying to build stronger ties with Chile because of lithium. We see that there is a wealth of options, of alliances, of partnerships, and there are other players that have accelerated their geopolitical agenda, and the EU is somehow startled and is reacting a bit slowly. And secondly, as regards geopolitics, we see that power earlier was in the hands of the states. But now we see that the more important technology platforms are geopolitical players. The Ukraine war has showed this very clearly. Silicon Valley's platforms have played a very important role. And when it comes to analyzing hacker attacks, we've seen that there are, of course, communications involved in the war in Ukraine. Without Elon Musk's satellites, our communication wouldn't have flowed smoothly. And then Telegram and TikTok are narrating the war to audiences that no longer use legacy media. So it was supposed for the internet to be a space for the redistribution of power, and now has become a space for the redistribution of possibilities or options. Now power is once again concentrated, and it's clearly geopolitical in nature. We can discuss this further if you wish, but the EU doesn't only face a model-related problem, but also a problem of approach. Miriam expressed this very clearly earlier. What's the relationship between the EU and the regulation of new technologies, from the first e-commerce directive till the GDPR? The EU has always focused on protecting the consumers, but now we can even talk about a techno-authoritarianism. And even in Silicon Valley, we see that technologies are evolving because of the defense-related requirements, and we need to also bear this in mind. In my opinion, the EU now needs to wage a war in a world that has changed enormously and that is having difficulties to understand. It seems that the EU doesn't feel comfortable in this new concept, and the EU seems to be obsessed with regulating the need to find its own space. And it's true that we have a bipolar world on the one hand, but there's a third axis that we need to consider. There was this article published by Politico in Brussels titled Referees Never Win Matches. That was the title of this very interesting article on Brussels, published by Politico. And Dragos was talking about the Brussels effect positively, and a positive light. Miriam challenged it. But the EU, it's true that it has always laid the groundwork. It has shaped a framework or a model that has been an important reference for other regions in the world, for example, Latin America. So I think that there's a space for the EU. There's a role to play. Of course, there are internal contradictions that need to be mentioned as well. Thanks very much, Carmen, for your insights, for your thoughts, and for your optimism regarding the opportunities that the EU could enjoy in order to step up its global influence and become a role model for some other regions in the world, like Latin America. We also enjoy the presence in this roundtable of Mr. José Luis Albo. José Luis works at Indra, and that has a footprint in 47 countries, conducting activities more than 50 countries, 56,000 professionals working at Indra, and you're very much involved in AI and in technology development, and you operate in some very sensitive fields like security, cybersecurity, the security of systems that are critical for governments. So we'd like to learn about your perspective as director for the public sector of Indra. you're seeing how the new geopolitics of technology is having an impact on your business. I'm wondering how you are developing new business models, what disruptions you have identified, what are the opportunities out there? What's your take on this new geopolitics of technology? Thanks very much, Javier, and thanks to the organizers for inviting us to participate in this event. I'd like to share my view from the industrial sector. I was listening to Miriam's presentation this morning. It was a very insightful and very interesting presentation. And as she well explained, there's a race in which the main technologies and the main economies are engaged, a race to master and dominate some emerging technologies, if we may use this term. And this will either help us maintain a world order or design an altogether new world order. And of course, AI is one of those new technologies. Today, we're focusing on AI that is at the tip of the iceberg of many traditional technologies that have enabled AI. There's a trade war in the world, and it's very important that we consider quantum computing, 5G, and not only AI, also new generation chips. We also need to consider commodities or raw materials. I'm talking about silica, lithium. In this trade war, the US and China are the main players. There are other players, Europe as well, but in the back seat. And these players are trying to control these technologies and these commodities because, of course, they're very much interested in them for civil purposes and also for military purposes, both as regards cybersecurity and safety as well. So in the current scenario, the main technology players are not in Europe, but rather in the United States. In China, we have Google, we have Apple in the United States, Alibaba, Waidu in China. So these players are investing millions of euros or dollars in these new technologies. Microsoft, some weeks ago, said that it would invest $100 billion in the development of ChatGPT through OpenAI. In this scenario, this context, Europe can miss a very important train and can lose the opportunity to lead these technologies. It's true that Europe is investing a great deal in this field. Both the public administrations and the private institutions are investing, but it doesn't have the ability to compete against the big bucks put on the table by major players. And in the short and midterm, the big AI platforms, at least as regards generative AI, will come from US companies and Chinese companies. And even though Europe has some weaknesses, I believe that we cannot lose our optimism. Europe also has its strengths, its strong points, and one of its strengths has to do with data. Up until now, generative AI, and we've witnessed the boom of ChatGPT, and there are many other examples that could be mentioned. And we need to understand that generative AI has been developed thanks to internet data, all the data that each and every one of us is giving Google and Meta. We're talking about millions of users worldwide, or the data that Chinese companies hold thanks to their monopoly because of their government structure. But according to many research papers, the importance of data in the short term will gear towards business-related data. Of course, internet data will be very important, but business or company-related data will be even more important. In Europe, of course, here has a significant strength. Europe doesn't have technology companies or major companies, but it is very strong in industrial terms. Some of the first world companies in the automotive world or in the pharmaceutical world or in bioengineering or in the tourism sector in the case of Spain are in Europe. These are companies with a wealth of data, and thanks to the new Industry 4.0, Internet of Things, and 5G models, we'll be able to create even more data. And Europe has a very strong ICT sector, an ICT sector that is set to play a very important role, not only as regards the development of new AI platforms, but also to provide a helping hand to European companies so that they can maintain their competitiveness through the integration of AI, so that these companies can continue to be trailblazers and pioneering and big players in their sectors and industries, but we will be also able to tap into new business models that perhaps today are not as important, but thanks to AI, they will for sure have a very bright future ahead.
For me, this is the path. New technological companies in the field of AI that need to emerge because Europe needs to have an environment that allows the development of these companies, the inclusion of current companies so that they can carry on competing. And that's what's going to set the role for Europe in the technological world scenario. Here, I think public administrations have a dual role to play. On one side, investment and encouraging companies to innovate, and secondly, regulation that others have already spoken about before me. In investment, Europe clearly needs to step up as much as possible its investment capacity in all these new technologies, more specifically AI, to be able to compete on an equal footing with China and the US. We need to showcase all the public-private tools that exist. We really do need to highlight them, as Steve really said. We need to provide incentives to the inclusion of the industrial sector, and we also speak of the creation of public-private data spaces that will allow us to train all these smart algorithms and promote this innovation process. We also talk about providing European companies with the possibility of growing so that they can compete with other international players. I'll leave it there, but maybe we can come back to this issue in the debate period. Thank you so much, José Luis, for this business viewpoint. And thanks for reminding us of the competitive edge that Europe has with its advanced manufacturing sector. It's really, really interesting also that you've highlighted the Biden administration strategy to attract European industries. And this actually is based mainly on AI-based projects. The Biden administration has realized that after decades in which industry has really been forgotten, it hasn't formed part of the US's economic strategy. Now, if we actually want to strengthen US leadership in AI against China, then having a sound industrial base is key. And if there isn't a sound industrial base in the US has to attract top-level European companies. And moving on to the idea of new models and public-private cooperation, last week there was the AI Safety Summit held in the UK, where an interesting call was made in the final statement for governments and companies and civil society and the academic world to collaborate, and in this way strengthen mechanisms, surroundings, and safety at the end of the day for AI. Do you think AI can help us develop new public-private collaboration models, or models for collaboration between governments and civil societies, or with getting universities and academia on board? This kind of a new flourishing innovation in public-private partnership. Could we in Europe be pioneers in this? We've got experience. Do we have assets that could not only be interesting for us, but for others as well? What do you feel about that idea? Anybody that wants to take the floor, please do go ahead. I think Europe, and Spain, moreover, has a really interesting past in public-private collaboration. When I said earlier that we should showcase these tools, it's because they're tools that already exist, that have been used in many previous projects and technologies. And so in the AI field, I think we need to include these tools. In Indra, we've got a lengthy past in collaborating in public-private projects. It's starting with the world of defense. The European combat plane project actually isn't a plane per se. It's a system that includes a whole series of drones and physical communication devices in combat scenarios that have to be controlled by a pilot. And there, AI has played a key role when integrating all this information in real time and then enabling decisions to be taken in tenths of a second. This is a project that would have been impossible to carry out without the public-private cooperation of governments from Spain, from Germany, from France, and private funding as well as public funding. And it just goes to show that Europe can get these projects up and running, and without public-private cooperation, they are impossible. Very interesting example. Thank you. I'd like to highlight the specific relationship between AI, or at least automatic decision-making processes in the government and amongst the public. This is a challenge here. To what extent can these algorithmic decision-making systems that are already inside public administrations and the very lack of knowledge that exists about them in civil society and the risk that they pose, for example, algorithmic biases when offering public assistance. This happened in Holland, or the fear that emerges when people say, oh, they should be forbidden for being used in legal settings. So there are risks. Marta asked earlier about the idea of rights, and it's always been insisted that rights, online rights, are as important as offline rights. The human rights that are guaranteed need to exist both in the internet, in the world of AI, And I think we haven't got there yet. We need greater transparency to know what's going on. And something that's also outstanding is not only the responsibility of these algorithmic programs as they're used, but also whether we can control them, whether we can audit them. Is there sufficient technology to audit them? Many of the companies that develop them are reluctant to allow this auditing. There are biases in society, and this bias is actually being transferred to AI without us being aware of it. An example of public-private collaboration in the world of AI, a few years ago, as I said earlier, when we were boosting Industry 4.0 and digital technologies and getting these digital technologies inside industry quickly, but also cyber safely. This is something that's been mentioned this morning. We thought that AI clearly was a set of technologies which had actually been used until recently, but they just weren't called AI. But we realized that we should carry on using them together with other digital technologies. They must be used by industry. We were also clear in the field of AI that it was necessary to upskill and take a fresh look at vocational education and training and university education. It's quite clear that the inclusion of technologies and AI had to be in the driving cutting-edge companies in the Basque Country, but also in the value chains that are behind those companies. And we were also clear that we needed to start out working on our strategic environments in RIS3. And with all that in mind, the government promoted a public-private kind of think tank to create what is now called the BAIC, Basque Artificial Intelligence Center. It's a public-private association. It's chaired currently by the regional minister, Ms. Tapia, but it's a public-private organization where all these subjects are worked on. It's 3 working groups, one on use cases, that is how we apply AI to the sectors that I've just mentioned, in a cyber-safe way, of course, and an ethical way. Another working group how we can, in a public-private way, contribute to the strategy of data. What data are we going to have? What are good data? And how can we differentiate between useful and non-useful data? Where should our data be stored? There's an interesting working group there where we've got private companies and public administration in this group. And the third group works on ethics and governance. That is, how can we do all of this ethically? All of this with the ultimate goal of increasing the competitiveness of our companies, but also the welfare of our society. We're working with Mike. It's a group that's growing in size. there's not just companies, there's also science and technology parks involved, research centers with basic research, the Beckham Center, which is the applied mathematics center that works on algorithms, how to eliminate bias from algorithms and how to eliminate that from AI at the end of the day. So the group's growing, and we actually only started running recently, but we're hoping that it can be seen as an example not only of public-private cooperation, but also of our ultimate goal, the specific goal, which is applying AI in our companies so that they're not left behind, so they can carry on competing not just here, but around this world, this increasingly global and polarized world that we live in. Thank you, Estíbaliz, for sharing this specific example of public-private cooperation in our environment. Marta, you've got an interesting experience, research experience from the north of Europe, not just from the south. In your experience in the north of Europe, what can we learn? What can you tell us? What have you learned from them? What can you tell us when you're talking about geopolitics and technology? I'm interested in this question. And if I take this down to the public-private collaboration sphere, it's nothing actually new. People highlight public-private collaboration, but something that happens if you broaden the idea of what is private to not just include companies, but non-state agents such as civil society, universities, etc. Something that's these players have always been present in regulatory processes. I can imagine you're asking me now for the case of Estonia, which is their engagement. It's really, really strong, and it's policies at a country level. The problem with AI is that it's being developed at a European level. And as has been said earlier, Europe doesn't have the power to develop an industrial strategy for Europe and the role of Europe and the countries that go to make up the EU in developing AI. This is something that it's not part of its competencies. So you're trying to regulate a technology which isn't being produced here and is being left in to think about the powers that the EU has in regulating. They can regulate in consumer protection or standardization of regulations, but there's a sort of a Frankenstein figure in some legislations, and it's really not clear why this exists. It's not that they're against regulation, but there's different political agendas in different countries of the EU, which lend to regulations that end up overlapping each other, and rather than helping apply regulations, actually harm the application of regulations. And if there's if states independently can't actually design these regulations, if it's left in the hands of the EU, and the EU can't actually design an industrial strategy that follows this. And this is I'll tell you a little bit about what happened in Estonia. At the time when the EU wasn't regulating technology, it was regulated in countrywide, nationalized wide. So Estonia got very much involved in technology from a geostrategic viewpoint, and their technology industry has led to several unicorn creations, and it's an example of how we shouldn't just concentrate on producing AI because we've lost the battle of being pioneers, but how to apply that AI to our industry, to our service sectors, etc. it's important here because this is going to have an impact on what the real impact of AI regulation is going to be. Just before getting the plane to Bletchley, Kamala Harris gave a press conference about the executive order that was spoken about this morning, and she said, of course, we are the ones that are best positioned, she referred to the US, to regulate AI because we can't forget that there exists a public-private dialogue between the government and those private companies that develop these technologies. But Europe doesn't have that because the technology isn't in Europe. What we can have is a way of looking at how an industrial strategy can be designed to allow this coupling so that when we've got the regulations ready, and of course, these regulations are being opened so that companies can take part in its preparation. It's not that this cooperation doesn't exist, but what it is, as I heard in a podcast the other day, they said only on very few occasions a bullfighting commentator never stands in front of the bull physically. They never go. And I don't like bullfighting, but it's like if you don't have this ongoing dialogue, you're going to lose the possibility of regulating AI as you want to regulate it. And as I said earlier, it's a regulation that needs to respect human rights, but there's a powers limitation, a jurisdictional limitation rather. Thank you, Marta, for warning us of this problems that we may have in Europe. Of course, we're very near election time. In June, we'll have European elections. From a geopolitical viewpoint, what might happen in these European elections is very, very important. We're seeing fake news processes, disinformation processes that are very concerning. So maybe in this panel, we've perhaps been able to highlight what some of these risks are. For example, disinformation in the case of AI, safety, human rights, a lack of transparency, but there are also major opportunities out there. And of course, the Europe's industrial base, our model, our public-private collaboration model, this idea of a flourishing civil society and a very engaged academia, as you exemplify in the Florence AI professorship, and also the experience that José Luis has via Indra in Latin America, where they are leaders. So I'd like to say thank you for this fantastic participation in the panel session. We're going to close with a warm hand, of course, for this great group of speakers.
Muchísimas gracias a los 5 aquí presentes, a Drago también que ha estado con Dragos.
Thank you to all 5 of you, and also to Dragos who joined us online, and for all of you. We're hoping that you're finding this day interesting. This afternoon at 4 o'clock. Sorry, I read 16 and that's why I said 6 o'clock. No, it's 4 o'clock. It's 4 o'clock. There'll be another roundtable where we'll be talking about safety and regulation in global technology. It's now lunchtime. Thank you all for attending. I'll see you back again this afternoon. Thank you.
Sí.
Pues a nuestros ponentes. que...
Cojo micro, por si acaso, que nadie se quede con esa
Sí, por
pregunta en
eso,
el aire. Por
aprovechar la
supuesto, pues
oportunidad.
aprovechamos eso. Ah, mira, perfecto, tenemos aquí. Adelante.
Gracias. Bueno, yo trabajo en la universidad.
I work at a university. I'm an IT expert. So when people say that we don't produce AI here, I find that a little bit alarming. I also work in a private company. It is true that big, well-known products maybe aren't made here, but there are open source products being developed. They're under research, and sometimes you need money and hardware to deploy AI. But before OpenAI, everything was more collaborative and open. So I'll just give you an example. There's a Spanish company does facial recognition, which uses biometric facial recognition in our southern borders. It's 100% manufactured in Spain. This, of course, affects those people that cross the southern border. It affects their future, because once they actually come through, their faces are recognized and they're included in a European database. So it's 100% European, made in Europe, European context, and everything else. So when I hear people say, we don't do things, everything comes from overseas, I'd just like to question that. And also the summit that you've mentioned on many occasions, people from the US talk about the monopoly of big companies and their regulatory framework, but it's a different situation in universities. What I'm trying to say is, don't get carried away by what others say. Here, there's a political interest behind here. People talk about the European cloud as well. Has the European cloud been made with foreign components? Because we didn't have them, but actually many of them are made out of open source software. So I want to say, I don't know if you know that there's a lot of talent, European talent in DeepL. It's a German company, so there is talent here.
Y bueno, quizá intentaré en la mesa redonda hablar un poco sobre cómo evaluamos también las cosas, ¿no? Porque también
it's a matter of how you appraise things. There are many products here, and that should be mentioned, the fact that we can detect crime, we can prevent crime, we can also detect talent as well, and all of these things under the general umbrella of AI. Maybe somebody can tell me about this idea that we're just arbiters and not players, referees but not players. Anybody want to respond? I agree with you, actually. Of course, there are risks in Europe, but there are also major opportunities. I don't think we've missed the boat. We're never going to be number one, probably, but you don't need to be number one to be competitive. You can be 2, 3, or 4, but what you can't be is the last. I think that regulation is going to have a major impact, and how that regulation is used, both in what Miriam said and what Daniel, or Dragos rather, said. They both mentioned the regulation with two different visions, and I think industry also has its own vision. they feel that it's important to regulate it because what we do needs to be human-centered. It's part of European culture. We can't use that, but also we need to create a scenario which encourages innovation and that allows companies that already have in company, those both developing open source software and proprietary software, to... You've spoken about a German startup, but there are also Spanish startups and French startups that have products that are being developed, perhaps not as competitive as ChatGPT, but that are being launched to the market. And if we have a scenario in which they can compete on an equal footing with Chinese and US companies, and a model in which there's funding, European funding, because otherwise it may happen that if we don't have a model, and we're talking here about funding that requires billions of euros. Some of these startups have managed 300 million euros of funding. That gives them wings to fly. It's not going to put them in first place. But when we spoke about the main techs in the world, I think that actually those in the future, 10 years, 5 years from now, there'll be those companies, but I think there'll be more as well. And I think the goal should be that one of those technology giants be European. And if that's to happen, they need funding, public and private funding. The French PM, the economics minister, after this UK summit, spoke about that issue, the need for there to be funding tools, major funding tools for millions of thousands of millions, billions of euros to fund this. In fact, he spoke about the creation of a European sovereign fund so that we don't have 27 companies just directing their funding at their local companies, but rather a sovereign European fund. Of course, the French minister thought that should be channeled to France, as he would do. But what you get in the US, there isn't one Google in 51 states. There's just one Google. They're not Google in each of the 51 steps. The same goes for China. If in Europe we manage to create a European Google, that would be a success. But to do that, we need regulations that allow us to compete and regulations that allow us to channel investment. It's really important what you said about software, about open source software, both in the US and in Europe. We're seeing that certain companies are beginning to criticize current laws, current legislation, which actually excludes small companies developing open source software.
Let me add something, if I may. Thanks very much. I agree with you, but policy makers are legislating based on what the general public wants. That's good on the one hand, but on the other hand, this means that, as Margaret Scott says, we have the paradox of the puppy. What's this about? All puppies are cute, right? All puppies are beautiful. But if you ask the owners and every person will give you a different opinion on the puppy. We in Europe believe that we're going to have the best regulations, but the risks that we're regulating are not necessarily all the risks that are out there. We're not covering all the risks. And this is very much related with economic policy and international trade. Mutual recognition here is very important. If you do not impose the rules and if you do not develop the technologies, the situation is extremely difficult. Regulating the details is extremely complicated. This is the paradox that the policymakers are facing as well. On the one hand, we have the risks that the European policymakers want to regulate, But the truth is that many risks go unseen. And same applies to frontier AI that has many very specific risks associated. Any further comments, questions for our panelists? Thanks very much for your presentations. In line with the comments raised by Carme and Marta, I don't know whether you've heard about Joseph Nye at the beginning of the 90s, who said that geopolitics internationally has three chessboards: the economic chessboard, the political chessboard, and then the soft power or cultural chessboard. I understand the paradox because Europe is regulating technologies that come from a chessboard that is not the European chessboard. Europe, left that first chessboard some years ago, and we've seen a clear divide between North and South. And I'd like to know, in your opinion, what the solution is. We cannot, regulate or legislate all those emerging technologies, or we cannot attempt to cover it all. I mean, the legislator needs to understand that it has to supervise and surveil the market. It's not just about states, it's also about markets. And I remember the Digital Markets Act that was approved last year. Initially, they considered having greater sanctioning powers so that new technologies were brought to Europe, and so the states would have a greater ability to track and supervise technologies. But in the end, this act was watered down, and there's, yes, self-supervision and then an accountability. And what should the legislator or the policy makers do at this point? Because they need to propose, co-govern. It's true that we are lagging behind, and we're unable to regulate these new emerging technologies that aren't developed by us. Carmen? Well, she's the expert. I'm not an expert in regulation, but now in the European Parliament, there's a discussion underway on the AI Act, which revolves around what you mentioned, how to give shape to an AI Act that does not stifle innovation. And that tension between regulation and innovation, well, is always there. The Digital Markets Act basically punishes monopolies, i.e. those big platforms that are not European. It has an antitrust component. The idea is to make sure that small startups are able to compete against big platforms. I understand the Digital Markets Act as a positive step forward that falls short, but that has, made some headway. The problem is when you don't have the funds in order to realize innovation. Sometimes what we do in Europe is regulate, but we do not earmark funds to allow for innovation to happen. But of course, from my standpoint, we need two options run in parallel. Yes, I completely agree with you. The problem with EU legislation is that since we are such a complex organization, the way the EU interacts with the member states, well, the paradox is that we have the regulations on the one hand, and then, of course, a completely different story is the implementation. And when local organizations assess the enforcement of these pieces of legislation, they find themselves sometimes situation in which, implementation is limited. And we have heard about the Irish case. I don't want to say much. Is this being streamed on YouTube? There would be much to say. We face a huge paradox. We operate at different levels. And then when you look into the details, if you analyze the regulatory requirements of the new AI Act, these requirements could be applicable to all kinds of companies. For example, for there to be a registration system in place to ensure that the input of data is appropriate. And the European standard is very much adapted to the needs of European companies. The problem is that they believe that those regulations are going to revolutionize the world, and that's not going to be the case. Other regions in the world are not interested in this. Kamala Harris, as you said, mentioned that they are best positioned to regulate AI, but they have had to resort to an executive order. And with elections around the corner, should they have to go through a parliament as in the European Parliament? Well, that executive order wouldn't exist. As Marta was saying, timing is very important. Before catching a plane to participate in the summit on the 30th of October, the executive order was passed. And there's like a regulatory competition between the EU and the United States. And probably that's not, giving us the best image as to what the Western powers can do. Doesn't put them in a good place before the eyes of other countries in the world. Good. More comments, more questions? There seems to be a question out there. Please use a mic. Hello. My name is Natalia Maeso. I'm from Microsoft. I've been listening very closely to what you said. We could open up a whole new conversation here. I agree. I'm from Microsoft. I'm Basque. I'm politologist as well. It's very important that we think about something when discussing governance. Power has been transferred from the political sphere to companies. And earlier we were talking about co-governance and how we interact. Before I worked for Microsoft, I worked for Gartner. I don't know if you know Gartner, but Gartner works on something which are the digital dragons, i.e. companies like Microsoft, Google, those key players that set the pace, pave the way, that need to collaborate with governments. We need to make sure that new relations are created. If not, some opportunities, important opportunities are lost. Microsoft introduces itself as a platform to create value so that local companies can develop their own products and create value based on Microsoft solutions. And Microsoft has supported OpenAI to develop new solutions, and that's how we provide support to many startups. We're talking about the risks, but we're not really identifying the opportunities to collaborate with these digital dragons to develop a sector or an ecosystem around these companies that will help us overcome our fear, overcome the hurdles, enforce legislation, because those companies operate in our country. So let's not only focus on threats, I understand that, there are also opportunities out there. Thank you. Any thoughts, any reactions to this very interesting comment that has just been raised? Yes, it's true. I agree. But with a nuance, Europe would love for those digital dragons to be Europeans. Should that be the case, everything would be much easier. As regards AI, it has a significant impact on the civil sector, but also in the defense sector. In those countries that don't have a control over their AI technology will lag behind in terms of defense as compared to those that do have those technologies. And that's why Europe and Spain wants to develop its own AI technology. And I'd like to add something, specific example. We work with Microsoft and other companies as well. And in the field of AI, just before the pandemic, we participated in an exercise jointly with Microsoft, which is called AI for Earth. It has to do with the application of AI from the point of view of sustainability. And we organized in Bilbao, together with them, a workshop for projects, and that was a good example of public-private collaboration. We had companies, universities, public companies, private. As a result of that event, well, very interesting projects were born. I believe in collaboration. We do not collaborate, we miss out on very important opportunities. Hello, Alberto Retana, former director for the digital strategy in the government of Madrid. My question is for the regional minister. In view of the regulatory restrictions, could regional governments pass laws that would give momentum to what you're mentioning? Because perhaps we from the regional government level can play a role. Well, of course you can. As executive power, we can submit or table proposals to the legislative or vice versa. So the window is always open. It's true, however, that even though we can develop a regional act, if there is a national act, that national act will prevail and supersede. And as I was saying earlier, in my first contribution, when laws are developed, these need to be as broad as possible, minimally restrictive, because so that in an attempt to regulate, we end up tying our hands. We need to make sure that acts and laws can allow us to do things, to be flexible, as Miriam pointed out earlier. But yes, that's an option that can be explored. Any further comments or questions? Well, thanks very much. Mila esker, as we say in Basque. What an interesting discussion. Very interesting. They wanted to make the most of the presence of our panelists. We are going to resume at 4 p.m. tomorrow as well. Don't hesitate to join us here at BBVA Cuna, but this afternoon we will be talking about safety and regulation for global technologies at 4 p.m. See you in a bit.
A ver.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Muy buenas tardes, Arratsaldeon, bienvenidas y bienvenidos. La semana pasada, en una conferencia de la sectorial de sostenibilidad de la CRUE, de la Conferencia de Rectores de España.
Hello, good afternoon. Last year, the chancellor of a very famous university quoted research conducted by Princeton University, who said that when someone participates in a roundtable this time of the day, he or she needs to be aware of the fact that 50% of those who listen are thinking about taking a snooze, about napping. The remaining 50% is daydreaming. And the 50% of that 50% are thinking and daydreaming or fantasies with the person sitting by their side. I don't know under what group you fall in, but in any case, we're now going to be talking about regulation and security and safety for emerging technologies. And I'm sure that thanks to our amazing speakers, well, the discussion will be a very lively discussion. During the morning session, Carme Colomina said the referees never win matches, and that is true. But sometimes referees are decisive to know who has won a match, to know whether that last-minute penalty was indeed a valid goal or not, or whether the goal that was canceled by the video-assisted referee was indeed fairly given to one team or another. Referees play a key role. We've learned in Europe that Europe is old, but it's still Europe. And we've learned that there needs to be rules in a space. Who sets the rules? Here in Europe, we are often regulate, but of course, the space needs to be necessarily regulated. Otherwise, there's no transparency. Today, we're talking about the tension that exists between innovation, regulation, safety, regulation. This is a very necessary discussion that will help us understand what's behind technological development, and this will help us address the technology challenges. And we have 3 top-notch professionals here in the room. To my left, Cristina Murilla from the Innovation Cluster of the Basque Country. She holds a degree in economics and business administration from the University of the Basque Country, and she holds a master's in internet systems, and she's an expert in entrepreneurship, innovation, and more specifically, open innovation. She addresses the social and economic implications of technology development. She is a chair of the steering committee of Alliance, and she's also here representing Gaia, Basque cluster of Basque technology companies that develops projects that satisfy either directly or indirectly the needs of the customers. She also coordinates the AI secretariat of the working group called AI in the Basque Country. Cristina, this morning we were talking about technology, Europe, the US, or the global world, about regulation, and you have made this possible in a very specific territory, in a very specific place. And we see that this is happening at a time of multi-level governance. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Cristina, for those kind introductory words. We, Gaia, are a cluster that brings together more than 315 companies from the technology sector of the Basque Country. It's true that we have 40 years of experience under our belt, and we were born from the world of electronics. Initially, we understood that there was a lack of talent in this field, and the companies that joined forces back then created the Association of Electronic Companies of the Basque Country. Then We journeyed on, the time passed by, ICTs were developed, telecom, and currently we describe ourselves as the industry of applied technology. And we have 4 enabling technologies represented: IoT, Internet of Things, AI, and we also have experiential intelligence like digital twins, augmented reality, and digitization. And we also represent quantum computing. I'm mentioning this so that you understand the companies in the cluster and the challenges that we face. I'm going to focus on 2 aspects. One is related to electronics and the other is related to AI. And the remaining panelists, I'm sure, will then provide further insights, and then we can open a Q&A. In the field of electronics, we are leading Clusters Alliance in Europe. More than 14 clusters are represented from France, Germany, Portugal, also Eastern European countries. We've understood after COVID and as a result of the wars that it's very important that we are independent. If we want to be competitive, we need to leverage on technology. But of course, we also have the need of creating this technology locally. Europe, and to a certain extent, Europe has decided to create this industry in order not to depend on third parties like the United States or China. This morning, we were talking about the importance of having public-private partnerships. There's no doubt about that, but we play in major leagues and we need many resources, many funds. And it's the first time that corporations, and earlier we were talking about major players from the US, but the main players in Europe are aware of this need and are willing to earmark funds in order to create this industry. So as regards electronics, we have the knowledge, we have the expertise, we will have the funds, and we need to work with a country vision, with a country approach. Why am I saying this? We understand that technology evolves really fast, and now we're no longer talking about hybrid cars. We're talking about driverless cars. And in the United States, you can ask for Uber, a taxi, you introduce the address, and then that car comes to pick you up without a driver. You get on the bus, the car, and that car takes you to your destination. What have we seen from here? This applies not only to the technology sector, but also to our allies. For example, the administration, the legal world. Let's imagine that those cars, of course, can be vulnerable because whoever manipulates those cars could decide to change the destination. And perhaps this person, I don't know, in the next curve, maybe that person wants to get rid of that person. So we've applied a security card in a best company based in Vitoria, has received a certification from the EU and has received an award. This is the first company that has certified a product, in this case, the autonomous car or driverless car. Of course, this is new. This is a budding technology, and we are still lacking legislation, of course. Thanks to what we've done, we can ensure a high degree of security and safety, but of course this needs to be hand in hand with regulation. If, for example, we consider the specific case of AI, here we are seeing, on the one hand, that we want to collect data because we understand that data contain very useful information and the application of data is huge. We can, for example, improve the quality of lives of individuals should we be able to unlock the potential of data. However, we often ask ourselves, who owns the data? How can we use it? How can we process it? How can we exchange data? How can we reuse it? And here from Europe, we're already doing our homework. We're already talking about platforms for data federation. The idea is that we're able to pool data, to share data. And there's also an example out there with the COVID vaccine. In the case of the COVID vaccine, we've exchanged views, we've shared our knowledge, and we've been able to provide a short-term response by working together. We're able to make headway and be more competitive. And now, as a sector, we're also carrying out different programs to support SMEs. Earlier, the Deputy Minister, Estíbaliz, talked about 3 transformations, and we are directly hit by the technological digital transformation. But it's true that there is a lack of knowledge and awareness among citizens. For example, how can SMEs leverage on AI? We are developing programs and methodologies with tools, and the idea is that SMEs embed AI in their value chains, in their processes. This will help them be more competitive. But of course, we're talking of the economy of data. Ideally, in Europe, it would be good to have a single European data market. I believe that this is feasible. In the morning session, we've seen that we have one single currency, we have one single passport. Is it possible to have one single data market? Well, it won't be done overnight, but we need to get on working. We need to roll up our sleeves and start working on this. This is a path that we can travel, and because this will, of course, be to the interest of future generations. As regards security and regulation, earlier I was talking about electronics and the product, but how do we make sure that software is safe? We also talk about green software. We need to make sure that we are environmentally friendly, that we promote the green transition. Of course, we also need to be inclusive, contribute to the SDGs, consider gender issues. But of course, safety goes hand in hand with regulation. I have a question for starters, because I love what you've said regarding safety and security. You've also talked about sustainability. 1 year ago, we held a conference here talking about how the digital revolution and the environmental transition had to go hand in hand. You were talking about public-private partnerships. And what about the social leg? Well, you were mentioning my resume earlier, and we, for some years already, tried to act in 3 different fields. First, industry and energy. And from the Industry 4.0 model, now we're already talking about Industry 5.0. It's the DNA of Gaia, because most of the customers of our member companies are industrial clients. Then we have a smart territory that doesn't only cover smart cities, also the rural ecosystem. It's very important that we develop technologies for everyone. And then we have smart society, that's the 3rd pillar, and that includes the social dimension. And I started off by saying that if we want to use AI appropriately, we need to raise awareness among citizens about what it is, the wonders of AI, the pros, the cons. And I'll finish up by saying something that is very important, and that is one of the pillars. Earlier, we said that Gaia was born because of lack of talent in the world of electronics. But 40 years later, with enabling and disruptive technologies, we find ourselves in a similar situation. The landscape has changed, but we still lack talent. We won't be able to progress without qualified professionals. And that's why we visit schools. And during 4 years, we've been insisting so that computational language and software development is part of the curriculum. We believe that this is one of our legacies for future generations. Thanks very much, Javier. You have the floor. I'm going to introduce Javier. Javier Sánchez Monedero is a researcher in the University of Córdoba in neural networks, and he's associate researcher from the University of Cardiff in Wales. He currently studies the analysis and design of smart systems with interdisciplinary approaches, and he also focuses on data justice. He has advised several bodies. He's been part of the experts group on the study on the impact of algorithms in the Ministry of Labor as part of the Writers' Act development. Writers' Act that was subject to a heated debate. He now researchers racial discrimination and AI. Cristina earlier was talking about the social dimension, the social implication, and part of your research has to do with the social field.
Thanks for the invitation. Firstly, I wanted to get across to you a 5-year experience of research in this field where regulatory matters come up, the social impact comes up, and we've drawn some conclusions from this project. This is the only one on IT. The others are on social sciences and other scientific fields. So it's been a very steep learning curve to try to transfer this language to a language that everybody can understand so that we can then analyze it. And we've drawn conclusions regarding automatic hiring and contracting systems, the biometric systems that are used by the EU. There are a series of systems that are more problematic. For example, when they try to detect characteristics of a candidate, for example, whether a person will be a good worker in the future, whether they will study hard, and we've seen that initially people concentrated on privacy issues, but it's boiled down also to individual problems. So when you carry out this regulatory analysis, and when we talk about collective rights and social and economic law, this has taken us on to the need to include different groups in this debate when we debate regulation. And I like to use the biometric control example, which is actually being used in our southern border. We, as European citizens, have biometric control at an airport. There's not a problem. But a person that's asylum seeker is then included in a database with and is shared with all the countries of EU. That means these people haven't committed a crime, but they're immediately included in a database. So facial recognition is, of course, contextual. We can't assess somebody without seeing what connections they have, and what connections those have with the rest of society. So the conclusions that were drawn, we hope, will feed into this work on automatic recognition. And we've concluded one conclusion is that this should be illegal in the EU. Firstly, because there have been designed to meet the 4/5 law in the US. What is the 4/5 law? Well, it's when you're hiring somebody, they've decided that the way to define statistically discrimination, that there should be no the differences between them should be no more than 4/5. So if you contract or to hire 10 whites, you've got to hire 8 Afro-American candidates. Otherwise, you're discriminating. That's the 4/5 rule. That's the way they defined it. They've included this definition in the product. It's bought here. It's used here without considering how discrimination works in Spain, where there could be more structural problems. You can't just decide on discrimination via software. There are other issues that come into play. We use the word socio-technical because you have the technical side of things, but then there's other social sides that need to be considered as well. So how to transfer that, how to translate that? Other things that I wanted to point out includes the guide of the principles guide. Somebody mentioned the Brussels effect earlier. There's a report regarding voluntary regulation, and they saw, the authors of this report, that there are around 200, and the majority of them are from the US, some from Canada, and some from Central Europe. But that actually affects the rest of the world, because it depends what you understand by the word discrimination. Is it an abstract concept? Does it equate to transparency? Then there's the issue of the black box. You can have a black box system, but the ministry doesn't include the code, which are 20 loads of kinds. The problem is with transparency, if you don't know if it's a mathematical problem or a problem that comes from the institution that's working on. Thing is, you put things into practice and you talk with organizations that are trying to carry out impact assessments, or if you do that at university, while you're trying this regulation, then you see what happens. In several impact analyses that I've been involved in, these haven't worked because sometimes they're not specific enough, or sometimes people take as a given that the system will work. Then there's no definition of what work means. For example, a system to detect talent, or system to detect children that are getting bored in classroom. What does detecting talent actually means? Well, what we do is we make people get involved in a game on their mobile, then we actually detect their stress levels. We compare that with people in the company to see if they get similar scores. But it turns out that all you do is, if you can just get a score that's similar to the people that are in the company, but who says that's talent? You're just copying people that are already in the company. Sometimes the problems arise when we start thinking that AI is some kind of a magic. It's not magic. It's just something that gives you a score or a classification. That's what AI does. So these kinds of software are the ones that are beginning to be problematic. We're talking here about cybersecurity, renewable energy, how to prevent hacking. So those are the kind of questions that I feel are missing, that I would raise. And I'd also talk about safety and regulation, but for who? A second example that I'd give to you, the European regulation and AI envisages prohibiting emotional recognition via videos, but for the people living in Europe. But actually, if you're an immigrant, that's not the case. And somebody asked for transparency regarding this project, and that's been denied. So if you're censoring things before and you're not allowing people access to this information, it makes you think, how can it be that this kind of a project that uses responsible research is funded with 4 million euros, and how come it's illegal for some members of the public and not for others? So we need to contextualize things and see how people can be included. In a workshop that I organized with social work, gypsies and a gypsy community and social workers, what my table was meaningless, and the AI didn't work properly. And then there's the issue of exclusion that certain delivery companies do with postcodes where they know these are where gypsies live. It's this kind of discrimination. So it can be something as complex as a recommendation engine, or something as simple as not delivering to specific postcodes if it's a delivery company. I've given you these examples, but we need to remember how complex, what's what I'm trying to say, how complex it is to put these things in practice and how to do it with so many different people from different subject areas and different profiles. We need to never forget that. That's my recommendation. Yes, we're trialing new rules of the game, new rules that need to include all these different approaches. This morning, somebody said, maybe we shouldn't ask AI to provide us with fairness for material, but at least they shouldn't make inequality even worse than it already is. So that's exactly what you've just said, Javier. They may do that. That's why it's so important to deal with the issue of the very complex relationship between safety and regulation approach that we've actually really been talking about since 10 o'clock this morning, ever since we started talking. How can we put the two and balance them? And to talk about that, we've got Marga Robles. It's great to have her here. So ask her lots of questions. She's chair and professor at the University of Granada. She's a member of a research group on security. She's written 5 articles and only 70 publications, including book chapters, speeches at international and nationally as well. She researches cybersecurity and AI digital models, and especially in Europe, and from a legal viewpoint. So she's going to tell us about the legal side of things, because as we said, these are subjects that need different approaches, but each approach is necessary. The sociological side of things, the technological, the legal side of things, they need to all to be together. But so you can get interdisciplinarity if you take things from individual disciplines. She's been member of the expert group on cybersecurity in 2019 in Spain, and a member of the group of experts on cybersecurity from the Parliament of the AIO, and also is a member of the Caja Granada board. I don't know if you have much free time, so perhaps you could tell us, but I'm sure that everything that you're involved in helps you broaden your outlook on this subject. Thanks to the organization for inviting me to Bilbao. I love Bilbao. I truly love Bilbao. And also Chechu. Because recently we wrote an article together, Chechu and myself. We've just met ourselves face to face. Law is misunderstood. I'm actually working in a mixed group of engineers and legal experts. It's interdisciplinarity is important, but you need to understand other people's language, and it's sometimes very difficult to understand people who speak like you in Spanish and who uses the terms in a different way that you use them. But I've got one basic principle, which is society is organized, it's structured via law. Everybody thinks there's law some kind of huge devil that just gets in the way, but actually laws always existed because we need to organize ourselves, we need to coexist, we need to be organized. Society needs to be organized. So for law to be efficient, it should be adapted to the society that's trying to regulate. So the law from the Middle Ages in Spain isn't the same as the law that you have today in France or in Afghanistan or in Spain. That means that for regulations to be effective, they should adapt to the reality they're trying to regulate. The thing is, we live in a reality in which there's disruptive technological development. In fact, AI has been developed and it emulates human beings and even perfects human beings. And even if you take the technological solutionist approach, which says that technology can solve all our problems, that's simply not true. So based on the idea that we have law which regulates society that operates via technology, and a society that needs to be regulated, but a society that's very, very different to the society existed only 5-10 years ago, and a society that's progressing technologically all the time. But law doesn't go as fast because law is built around consensus. Service providers have an idea of what needs to be regulated. Telecommunications operators have a different idea. Users and consumers have a different ideas, and you need to bring all these interests to sit around the table and get a regulation together that can be applied to everybody. Now we have safety. Back in the Middle Ages, when I started talking about international safety, I spoke to my students about the Middle Eastern conflict, the Afghanistan war, things that happened a long way away. They were things that were far off for my students. But actually, safety has changed now. When you talk about safety now, the Second World War, territorial safety, the Cold War, ideological safety, political safety, environmental safety, the idea of human safety. And now when we talk about ICTs, people talk about information safety, cyber security. And there's some people that think that cyber security is something that sort of happens up in the ether. But the digital world is mainstream. It's not that there's a virtual and a physical world separately. Everything's part of the digital world where we live. What happens in the digital world happens in the virtual world. So we need to talk about this idea of digital security, something that we don't understand well. And it's a concept that is difficult to understand because the weakest link of digital security is we as individuals, because very few of us actually take responsibility for what we do digitally. I'm now going to move on to the second point that I want to talk about, which is that historically, it's the state that actually has guaranteed our security, our safety. That was one of its main functions, but the state isn't what it is nowadays. You've got internationalization, globalization, privatization. That's changed the state's model. That's good and bad as well. In fact, at the beginning of the 20th century, we moved from a liberal state to a social state. And it may well be that we need to now evolve to another state model, which is completely different, because the model that we have of state today no longer can meet the requirements of today. And in fact, if you've got proof of a crime, they actually have to ask for help from a service provider or telecommunications operator. We live in a globalized world. The state doesn't have sufficient capacity to guarantee the safety which it could guarantee when we didn't live in a digital world. It's not bad, this transformation. In fact, it's desirable. And this transformation means that we transform the state, but we transform regulatory procedures, because normally what the state does is it gives us regulations, provides us with them. How can we transform regulatory procedures so that the state works and guarantees our safety? Firstly, we should do it internationally, because what a state chooses for its territory is really not very feasible, because we're actually globalized. And then you've got this multi-stakeholder approach that's necessary. That is that the states need academia, private companies, civil society, NGOs. It needs all of their help. The sources of those who help create a regulation needs to be broadened, because otherwise we're not going to be able to cover society's needs. Another issue, we need to take an interdisciplinary approach. If a legal expert at the Parliament passes laws without considering the technical requirements of certain of technologies, it probably won't be a rule that works. In the same way that if we blindly trust standards, technical standards, we're not thinking about something that has taken centuries to produce, which is the society that we live in. And we should also lose sight of the fact that companies are looking for profitability. I mean, states may not do everything that they're supposed to do, but it's a public authority. It's the organization that has is legitimate in this at this moment. So when you're developing a technical standard, you need to consider legal limitations. And when you're preparing a legal regulation, when you're creating a legal regulation, you need to consider the technical consequences of that regulation. Because if we don't do that, what's going to happen is we're going to create useless regulations. Either you'll get people breaching those regulations, or they'll just become useless, or there'll just be a general insatisfaction by the public. The public also needs to take part of responsibility. I get the impression that all of us that are in this world are worried that we should create safe technology. We should take a risk-based approach, but however many regulations we pass and how many technical standards we invent to guarantee safety, if people aren't aware, educated and trained and aware of the technology and how to manage that technology, we're going nowhere. We're not trying to shelter the public. What we need to do is to try to get the public to be responsible in the same way that the public has got used to using any kind of technology, and it can be used by a baby or a 70-year-old, and they don't have any problem to adapt to chats or Facebook or whatever. Together with the benefits of technology, we need to be able to accept the responsibilities that go hand in hand with using that technology, so that in the same way that when you produce a vehicle, it goes through quality control before it's put out onto the street. You need to consider who it's aimed at. You don't need the same training to pilot a plane as to ride a bike. But we need to start thinking that whatever technical standards there may be, whatever regulations there may be, we as members of the public have a certain amount of responsibility in guaranteeing the safety of the system, because we are the main users of that system. And I'll leave it there. Crikey, you've left a lot of open ends there. We'll try to deal with them during dialogue. And of course, we'll be giving the floor to those who are listening. I've got some doubts. I'm going to start with the last speaker. Yes, you're right. The public does have a degree of responsibility, especially in democratic society, and we need to highlight that. In democracy, we, the public, need to accept a certain amount of responsibility. However, a time comes when technology is no longer optional. We are all got technology on us all the time. We can't live without it now. So to what extent is it not also the responsibility of regulation that they help us be responsible? I'm not renouncing individual responsibility. Of course, there's individual responsibility, but are we enabling that? Are we helping a 15-year-old young girl in secondary school to be responsible when she uses technology, or the opposite, or the way technology is all omnipresent in her world? Is that making it more difficult for her to be responsible? Well, the key is in education and training that is adapted to each populational age group. These are things that are perfectly possible. In fact, the national cybersecurity strategy, or the European cybersecurity strategy, puts an age of consent, because within school syllabuses there should be basic training in safety, cybersecurity, for the ages of 3 to 15 at certain areas, 15 to 18-year-olds, and then the older, and so on and so forth. Because you get these typical cases of the elderly who send photos of their grandchild in the bath over the internet, and you think that could end up in a pedophile network. So you think, okay, I'm going to approve legislation which criminalizes sharing these kind of images. You can't criminalize everything. Okay, regulations are important, but there needs to be training, there needs to be education. There needs to be education on this. If you go to work at a company in the same way that you get a beginner's course so that you know how the company works in cybersecurity, you can't use a password so open, you can't use simple passwords, you need to use the devices that belong to the company in a certain way. We need to accept that in the same way that the digital world, we can benefit from a lot. We can communicate. We're interconnected. There's also a negative side to it, which is the responsibility, as it were. Sorry, I want to know your opinion as well. The traffic example I thought was very interesting because you need a driving license to drive. You need to pass an exam to drive a car. And then individual responsibility of not driving when you're drunk is clear, crystal clear. However, there have been 3 elements in this country that have been really important when reducing the number of traffic accidents. Firstly, a points-based driving license. Secondly, increase in better roadways. And thirdly, better car safety. i.e. technology at the end of the day. How would this work when you talk about making citizens responsible in a digital world? This is a question for everybody, not just for Marga. I just put the question out there. How can you make people responsible? Sorry, it's me again talking. I think we become responsible when things happen to us. Because there are more and more people that say to me, oh, I've realized I've been hacked. Oh, I've realized that the bank has done this. The double authentication. How long has that existed? Not very long. People didn't denounce cyber crimes in the past out of prestige. But you now, at the past, thought that if you had €1 missing in your bank account, it was because you'd spent it and you'd forgotten all about it. It was a commission or something. So people have gradually realized that these things happen, and they don't share photos of their baby, or they do it in with a photo that disappears instantaneously once it's been seen once. But you can't, when you sign up for something, you get this contract that you sign, which has got 800,000 pages on it, and you just sign it without even reading it. Then the cookies. It's all automated. You say, accept cookies. No, you should reject them. Reject them. How many people here reject cookies? 4. Just 4 people out of the audience. 5. I always reject them as well. Don't you reject cookies? I've got a program that rejects cookies on my behalf. Let me have it. How does this affect technology, industry, and business? We've spoken about it at a level of society, but what about at a business level? I think that what we're seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg. Well, let's look a bit further down the iceberg. Firstly, we need to be aware, and sometimes I consider that difficult too. It's true that in comparison with other past revolutions, maybe the way we do things has changed. For example, there are improvements that helped us as a society, but now what's happening is the way we are is actually changing, and that's where we need to that's what we need to be aware. The issue of privacy, leisure, what we consume. And I do feel that maybe the campaign that you mentioned needed a fourth part to it, which is awareness raising. The public needs to be more aware. It's similar to what Marga said, and that it really is necessary. It's also true, and you said that the state is like this protective body that gives us rights, that offers us safety, but only in democratic countries. So it depends where we live. When companies manufacture products in a global society, an international society, it may well be that there are countries where they're interested in taking rights away from their population because that's a way of controlling the population, and other countries, for example, in the EU, where privacy is regulated, where data protection exists. So as a sector, and there are cases of that, perhaps more so in these new facilitating enabling technologies, there are companies that depend upon where they're selling their product, have to go through a series of hoops. And this is a case that happened in the Basque Country a few years ago. A company was producing a product for North America. They decided that as the regulations there were less strict, there than the EU, an investigation was carried in certain products, and they saw that they didn't meet the regulations. So they looked at the whole of the European market. This company has had to change its image in the way they do things to prove that they actually do meet European regulations.
It's true that the American market is different, and as companies, you need to decide what market we want to operate in. In the case of data, countries regulate differently. As a sector, for some years now, we've seen some local movements, and I myself have worked with Chechu. For some years, we're using data for the common good, for the common interest, and from an ethical standpoint. So we're trying to raise awareness among the companies in this sector. And I believe that teams need to be multidisciplinary. Earlier, you were mentioning the social dimension. Technology is very cross-sectional, cross-cutting. And we believe that there are, projects that touch upon many different fields. Technology is used in health, in sports, in electronics. We need to create consortia. We need to summon the experts. And of course, we need to bring together experts and also users so that we're able to cater for their needs. So at this moment in time, if we wish to be competitive, we need to have both the knowledge, the expertise, and the technology. And that's why, for us, talent and training are of the essence. Javier, Cristina was just mentioning data, information as a common good. You work on the social side, and safety and security. Data are a commodity and are not often transparent. Can we see data as a common good? In my opinion, it's important to adopt the same philosophy that I adopt with scientific papers or software developed with public funds. For privacy reasons, of course, data should be a common good. For example, in biomedicine, the scenario in which we operate, data are collected by a medical team for research purposes, and this medical team will then publish studies for X or Y purpose. Sometimes those studies are published, others not. They're left in a drawer. Some international efforts are being done. For example, in dermatology, there's an international consortium that has brought together hospitals, from all around the world. They send pictures of skin lesions and the diagnosis of these skin lesions. And of course, there needs to be a dynamizing institution. You need to understand the economic cost of maintaining servers, but in this consortium, they have more than 20,000 images. The idea is that we can train experts in dermatoscopy, and we can train professionals to help them diagnose diseases. Sometimes pharmaceutical companies allocate funds, and for each the physician that sends, a patient record or history, well, X amount of money is paid. But when we think about data, we need to think, why are data kept in a drawer or not? Perhaps we need more transparency. Right now, we live in a time in which, thanks to data analytics, we are discovering many gender discriminations in medicine. We saw that the dose risk threshold methods have been calibrated with men's bodies, and the protocol of diagnosis for, I don't know, a heart attack or whatever can not only be based on figures. And if you are interested in this topic, there's a very interesting podcast from the radio show Carne Cruda. The fact that this info exists will allow people to research and discover new things. I always like to give this example. There are some studies that are being conducted on the behaviors. For example, there are false attributions to racial issues. Some people believe that different index had to be developed for Afro-Americans. And usually, the models don't fail when it comes to analyzing the more powerful groups. It's true that data can be very dynamizing. I don't know what the business model would be for this. It necessarily has to be public. Who's willing to allocate funds at a sunk cost to finance this kind of study? Has to be public. Who's willing to do this? Who's willing to exchange data without looking for a return? We need to think about the business model. Either it's public funding in a sunk investment. There are many public services that are loss-making at the end of the day. Or how do you do this? Perhaps a patent system, and that after 3 years the patents become public. And this would allow universities and small companies to do a great deal of things. In the case of dermatology, the different universities conduct studies with samples of 1,000 patients, but then comes Stanford with a sample of 100,000 patients and outshines us. But if the studies from Stanford, the situation is, or the reaction is different. But then it turns out that the Stanford method wasn't relevant because they were placing a ruler to measure the skin lesion. And sometimes it may well happen that prestige even veils of mistakes. And when we talk about international power dynamics, I believe that only if we collaborate will we be able to beat those number one players, those very prestigious players. In Barcelona, we have the computation center that has high hardware capabilities. This is a public consortium with funding. Someone was saying the other day that perhaps in Europe we need something like the CERN, but with AI. Well, perhaps that's what we need in Europe. You talk about California, but there are other places to be mentioned. Do we have best government representatives? The budget of the then is quite significant. Margarita, you wanted to jump in. Yes, at a European level, regulation is perfectly clear. It makes a distinction between personal data that are regulated under the 2016 regulation and subject to protection, and then non-personal data. Non-personal data are the fifth productive factor of the common market. Labor, goods, capital, and services. And aside from these four components, we have non-personal data. That's a new productive factor, and perhaps the most important among these five. What happens? Both non-personal data and personal data that are anonymized, each of them, of course, have their own regulation, but then there's a regulation from 2019 that talks about the governance of open data in the EU. The aim is to use data, and it follows what the OECD said for open data, and the International Charter on Open Data adopted by the UN follows these lines as well. These countries, contrary to what China or Russia do with China, do the very opposite. For them, the concept of data is data as a way of controlling citizens. And based on this, they say that their business model is very different to that of all countries where data is a public or common good that can yield results socially, politically, economically. Good. Now we're going to open the Q&A session for attendees to share their thoughts. I can continue asking you questions, but now we're going to open the discussion. There's a roving mic that can be used for streaming purposes to make sure that we can hear you and for the interpreters to be able to hear as well. Please don't be shy. Not all at once. Bear with us a sec. They're getting the hand mic to you. Thank you. No, we cannot hear you. It's not on. Can you hear me now? Yes, we can. Well, thanks very much indeed for your participation, for your insights. I have a quick comment on public data. Sometimes this goes unseen, but public data are extremely valuable for data companies. All the data companies are very much based on public data, open data, and the IT pyramid. These data are at the very base of the pyramid. But my comment has to do with the presentations that you have done. I think that it all boils down to different ways of innovating in the world of safety, security, and how to regulate disruptive technologies. We see a great deal of innovation from the technological standpoint. But what I'm missing, and I know that you haven't really discussed this today, you're going to discuss this tomorrow. We're falling short when it comes to democratic innovation, social innovation. In terms of technology, we have so many different ways of processing data, treating data, but we're working in a context of democracy. We really fall short in terms of social innovation. You mentioned some experiences. Cristina has mentioned the case of smart cities. But in my opinion, that's like a way of updating urban planning, updating cities to reach out to citizens. But it's very important that citizens are also engaged in the process, that there are participatory processes in social labs. Let's make sure that they also contribute to this digital transition. And this has to do with what Marga was mentioning earlier. She says that law, regulation falls short. The states are not the only stakeholders rolling out the regulatory tools. In the future, we need to consider both private parties and society as important stakeholders. So we really need to rethink those accountability mechanisms. We need to extend them to those other stakeholders so that decisions are more legitimate in the world of technology. Let me give you some examples. The stakeholder economy, the proximity or democratic innovation experiences, the focus groups, all that fits in very nicely with the development of technologies. Javier has touched upon this when he was talking about the black boxes of algorithms and how data can be transformed and contribute to a greater social justice. But we still fall short. Yes, we talk about algorithm auditing, we talk about transparency, but it's very important that we talk about the professionalism profiles. The latest EU directives are talking about legal concepts, legal figures that open those black boxes, particularly if these have an impact on the public interest and if they use the citizens' data, particularly in a context of democracy. We need to professionalize this role, the role of the code opener, for example, because this social innovation needs to go hand in hand. Thank you. Any comments, reactions? Yes, I completely agree with you. It's extremely complicated because there's not much awareness regarding the technologies, and sometimes people are reluctant to these developments. Yesterday, an agreement was reached in Europe between the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council to approve the so-called framework for a European digital identity. In the world we live in, where each time that you access a website, a service, or an app, you have a username and a password, usually provided to you by a private supplier that uses the data that you have in order to sell those data. But in the previous world, it was the states who had the legal entity. And the countries that were trying to set up identity systems, digital identity systems, not only China, India has a biometric recognition system that is mandatory, and other countries are also developing this kind of a system. In China, they have the credit card, the digital credit card. India has a biometric recognition system in place, and other countries as well. What happens? Well, that this technology can serve inclusion, because if they give you a digital identity, you can access the economy of knowledge, you can access services, because it can also be a driver for exclusion, because you identify the other person and you can isolate that person or alienate him or her. Europe is developing the European digital identity. This will be like a device that we carry in our smartphones, where through a public cloud, we will have access to the data that we need to authenticate or access a service, but without having or to provide additional info. For example, when we were young, or when you were young and you wanted to go to a disco, you showed your ID to prove that you were of legal age, but on your ID, you had the address, the name of your parents, etc. However, the bouncer doesn't have to know all that information. He only needs to check that you're of legal age. With the sovereign identity system, you can convey this data, but only you have access to data. If you want to monetize that, that's possible, but it's not that doesn't depend on a private supplier, because when the states gave us our identity, our digital certificates are valid in our territory in Spain. But if we want to access a transnational service, we need to resort to external suppliers that have our data, who know what we access and for what purpose, and therefore the person becomes part of the technology infrastructure, and this is a matter of concern. Whereas with the sovereign identity system, you can control what is being done with your data. This represents a paradigm shift, and in line with the Brussels effect, that we were discussing earlier, and Europe's ability to export. And in line with your comments about whether companies are adapting to one legal framework or another, the Brussels effect works, because if a company needs to abide by the legislation in the US and in Europe to provide services in the two countries, they adapt to this European legislation that is more stringent, and this means that they also comply with the US legislation. Same applies to India. Japan adapted the European general data protection regulation. They basically did a copy paste. So there are some social elements, some individual elements that are extremely important, but we need to bear in mind that we live in a globalized world. Europe defends a human-centered approach to digitization, but China, of course, doesn't. It's under the control of the state. Same applies to Russia and the United States. They're more business-oriented. So it's a different approach there. Europe, in my opinion, is taking the lead, calls the shots. Do you want to react? Yes, I speak from the business perspective. I thank you and welcome. I thank you for your comment. In our sector, we're talking mostly about companies. And of course, we address other matters. For example, the participatory inclusive models, how individuals can enjoy equal access to management of the company and the capital of the company. We are also talking about collaborative innovation in the technological and non-technological world. And as regards smart cities, we always see technology as a means, but more and more in terms of administrations, spaces are being developed where citizens can participate and design and shape cities. We talk about the 15-minute cities, last mile concept in the provincial government of Guipúzcoa. Citizens are engaged and choose what projects are going to be implemented in the territory. In Vizcaya, the same thing applies. I was talking earlier about smart cities and its interdisciplinarity. Architects are also participating in the design. Technology is a means that will help us improve our standard of living, but of course, it's just another element. There needs to be a social dimension in order to address the needs of individuals. As regards your comment, I was thinking about some proposals that have been made and applied in refugee camps. And some years ago, biometric identity systems were used in refugee camps. Yes, I think you're referring to the World Bank initiative to use identity as a driver for economic growth, but the danger or the threat is that it can promote exclusion or drive exclusion. I think this has been discussed extensively in the context of refugees, because we're talking about sharing voluntary info. And in case of asymmetry of power, to what extent can you voluntarily provide info if you need to provide data in order to access? I'll share with you my experience in a refugee camp in France, in Calais. I knew nothing about biometric data. This was back in 2016. And while refugees were not willing to share or register with their fingerprints, if, however, they wanted to apply or for asylum, they had to register, share their data. And now Europol and ELISA, with a budget of 25 million euros, by the way, talks about data being shared voluntarily, but it's true that if the only way of accessing to accommodation and food is by identifying yourself, well, of course, you share the data, you share your fingerprints. What's the solution to this control? Is it self-management of our data? This idea comes from the United States. I don't know how we can address these issues. They also say that some people disappear, they're registered nowhere, and perhaps someone is fleeing a mafia, and those people are persecuted and disappeared. I'm not saying that the solution is not to have a digital identity, but we need to be very careful what to do. It's extremely complicated, and we need to consider each specific context. It's not clear to me in my mind, to be honest. These are thorny issues, and this calls for great knowledge and expertise. There's someone who wants to take the floor. Thanks very much. Thanks for sharing your opinions. We're talking about safety, regulation. These topics always crop up when we talk about governance system, and the title also includes prevention and participation. And I harbor reasonable doubts on whether security and regulation need to go hand in hand with prevention and participation, which are always, I don't know, sugar-coated as concepts. And previously, in your presentation, you mentioned some security elements. You didn't mention the military field, and I was surprised myself. You probably had it in your mind, the military security, military safety is very much present, but it hasn't been mentioned. We're being told that we live in a safe, secure world, a regulated world. We're being told that our engagement and participation in this world is extremely important. But perhaps we're being euphemistics. Perhaps we're sugarcoating reality, because there's a crude use and business around data. We need to recognize that it's almost impossible to control. I know that the speakers have made huge efforts, and we as external observers are always think, well, then who controls the controller? Yeah, you made your point, sir. Thanks very much. Prevention and participation to sugarcoat terms like regulation and safety and security. Alexis, when we talk about participatory washing, there are already some conferences organized around this topic. The Secretariat of State for Social Participation says that the civil society will be able to participate. Civil society is entitled to participate in the algorithm supervision agency. However, the consultancy firms are going to participate in a consortium. They've been given 1.5 million to shape a regulation in Spain, but the civil society is going to participate for free. So we are invited. I have received the email by the Secretary of State asking me if I want to be part of the advisory board. What are my roles? To audit, to supervise, but in my free time, in my leisure time, do I have to do that? When in the media they ask the Secretary of State, well, she says, yes, the advisory board is open to civil society organizations, but the workload is huge. I would be able to participate should the advisory board have the power to veto X or Y, or should we be able to ensure external supervision of face recognition? The Melilla wall. but I'm not going to devote 5 hours per day for free while others are filling their pockets. There is an author, Susa Constanza, from the Massachusetts Technology Institute. It's been translated into Spanish, by the way, and she describes how we design things. And in a conference, she said that when she conducts a project, she earmarks funds for those groups that participate. Basically, she doesn't ask people whether they're willing to participate. And we need to avoid an extractivist approach. Of course, we need to budget participation. We need to pay participation. And just as you pay auditors, you shall pay users, citizens. I mean, participation is very complex. It's been extensively studied in medicine and medical anthropology in the UK. They have been examining long-term barriers to participation. There are all kinds of barriers, gender-related barriers. Well, men raise their hands much more than women in discussions. I really recommend that book. You can download it for free.
The idea of military safety doesn't actually exist in legal terms. The idea that I was trying to get across was the following, is that throughout history, territorial safety has always been important, a state's safety or an empire's safety, and power tried to guarantee the physical safety of a territory. When the Second World War, or after the Second World War, in the Cold War, it was no longer just important territorial safety, but ideological safety as well, because it was two political and economic ways of seeing things that were clashing. Then other things joined it, for example, the idea of environmental safety, human safety, the idea of humans being at the center of safety, and safety meaning an absence of aggressions. But the idea of safety, territorial safety, was this idea of distinguishing between who guarantees the safety of a territory, which are the state, police and military. But this model that clearly separated the functions of public safety and safety from overseas, or which is actually defense, is something that isn't very useful, because the threats now are hybrid, or threats that come directly from outside and they attack internally. I don't know if you remember WannaCry. WannaCry was the paradigm of cyber attack that attacked different countries. In the UK, they attacked hospitals. If there'd been victims, it could have been considered an act of war. But in Spain, WannaCry attacked companies. It wouldn't be a war crime, but a cybersecurity crime. But who's the perpetrator? Because if it's an agent that's linked to a state, it would seem that it was Russia. We could talk about external aggression. But if the perpetrator aren't public agents, but private, then it's a criminal act or a terrorist attack, if you want other criteria. So these are concepts that have changed a great deal, and we're still operating the UN Charter, the police and armed forces. But when something happens, who responds? Who? Honestly, I don't know. What we heard this morning, and this morning when somebody said, who's going to regulate AI? I think it needs to be lots of people coming together. And if we don't want to do it, but maybe it's AI itself. I think many organizations and bodies are going to have to come together and reach an agreement. And I also think that when we talk about participation today. We're lucky in Europe that within these three transitions, the fast tracks, and from what we know in Gaia, digital and technological transformation in different fields, tourism, industry, etc., the ability to take part so that we can contribute our vision from different viewpoints, legal, and altogether build the path that we want to follow. If we're lucky, we will be allowed to participate. And the way I see it, it needs to be that way. I don't know if the word is concern, but if we as human beings aren't able to regulate and govern artificial intelligence, I would be frightened that it would be AI that would self-regulate. Thanks. I really enjoyed everybody's contributions. It's been very intellectual, stimulating. But I just want to talk about one thing. It's perhaps what Christina had to say. Christina said that there is a development of AI systems in Europe that should encourage this. The question is, in this very swiftly changing world, a world where we see, despite the signs of the times, is still globalized, we're going to still be hyper-connected. There are AI systems or technology applications, such as ChatGPT, that are very challenging initially for the regulator, and Europe is still important enough and strong enough to put the brakes on, to try to limit the way this savage beast is behaving via a law. The thing is that we're now seeing that big companies are showing us that, well, in the future, Europe isn't going to be so important, and no new applications such as Google Bard or Threads in Meta were not launched in Europe because, in theory, trying to see how they can comply with legislation, but actually what they're really trying to pressurize legislators so that they soften the regulations. How can we apply all the regulations that we've been working on for the last decade in Europe? This may be a dilemma for legislators. I'm saying this because this morning people spoke about societies such as China, India, and Japan that don't have any kind of problems with these issues, what we should do with people's rights. In fact, they're not only enthusiastic about technology, but they're applying technology directly. So whilst we wait for our technological industry to develop, what role do we want to play in the world? Do we want to play a role in which we are behind everybody else, or tailgating everybody else, or can we also use these tools not just to improve employability, but to also find out how these tools work so that we know how our rights would operate in this new scenario, which is going to be just around the corner? There's a major challenge there, and I think that it's a dilemma. Sometimes you don't know how to articulate things. There is a dilemma here. With three factors, you've got state, the public, and technology, and all three of these agents aren't able to come together at this point, aren't able to operate together at this point. So I wanted to ask Christina what we should do. Should we trust legislators and trust that everything will progress within a regulatory framework, or should we just become like the guinea pigs in all of this. I don't have a response, but we've always heard it said that US develops, China copies, and Europe regulates. I don't think this has always been so. Europe does regulate, must regulate, but it also needs to invent. I spoke earlier about electronic components, chips, microchips. We need to generate industry. We need to keep industry, otherwise we're going to lose. When we talk about power, what are we talking about? I think, yes, we need to do. Of course, we need to regulate. A couple of days ago, in the US, an influencer, apparently she's a woman, is now invoicing 300,000 euros per month for a company, and she doesn't have to be paid. And European companies are going to want to get to that situation as well. So let's try to strike a balance so that companies can be competitive, because we want to maintain this quality of life that we have. We want to create jobs. Estibaliz said this morning, in the Basque Country is a very industrial area, thanks to taxes. We have public education, we have a public healthcare system which works well. So in the end, companies are also going to want to be located in these areas. Not any old town. No, I don't think we should only depend on technology. We need to know how to use it and apply it, and right from an early age. And we need to acquire that knowledge to build the world. What world do we want? If we have knowledge, we can also contribute to the world. I said this earlier. This is something that responds to gender. There's still a lot to be done. In the sector, we have other initiatives where we're including women in our sector. We cannot you lose 50% of the population. We need to contribute with a female gaze as well. If we have technological knowledge, we are going to contribute, and that needs to go hand in hand with legislation. This happened back in the day with internet. In internet initially, there were a lot of legal loopholes. They've gradually been filled. It may well be that we've said, okay, well, why don't we have driverless cars here? Well, when technology gets possible. But we need to know how much upskilling is necessary, and also we need to organize things, but this can probably be seen at a given moment in time. We'll have to carry on working as a society, a single society, and have our own regulations. I do think we're going to have to coexist. We're going to have to learn to strike a balance and make us the best world that we can for everybody. That is our responsibility. It's both an individual responsibility, as a group, each in our field, and as society as a whole. I don't know if is anybody else that wants to take the floor. If not, people are sort of thinking about it. I wanted to raise an issue which is to finish on now, which has been in the back of my mind since this morning. It would seem that something contradictory is here, innovation and regulation. And today, it would seem that there are analyses that say you need to innovate a lot because and regulate a little. That's the US model, and vice versa with the European model. So my question is, do you think we're at a time now that we're currently fascinated and just discovering things, discovering what technology can do with us and with our societies? We're just beginning to become aware of it, as you just said. And these kind of seminars are full of anecdotes of companies that discovered a software that does this and that. We're suddenly discovering that when we go and buy a telephone, I get an advert on the way here. So we still don't have a mature way of dealing with things. So these kinds of technologies that are very disruptive. If you think that we're just at the genesis of this, what do you think is more interesting? It would be better to go quicker and innovate more, even though we're less safe because we regulate less? Or do you think it would be better to have regulation that provides us with a framework, with the safety, and also gives investors safety, not just as a member of the public, those that invest in these technologies, even though that's at the expense of advancing slower but safer, slowly but surely? What do you think? It's a dilemma. I know it's not, well, I'm not talking about 0 or 10. You know, where are we between 0 and 10? Where would you be happy if you, between these two extremes? I looked at you, so maybe you can start. I'm not clear on regulation for innovation. It's something that people talk about, but nobody gives me an example of it. I know that there are companies that have earned a lot of money using these kind of user profiles, but I'm still not clear whether they couldn't become wealthy if they'd announce their products in a different way and monetized their income. So there are companies that have a business that don't have this kind of selective application. So this, we now got 40-something states in the US that are taking Meta to court because of the effect that it has on depression amongst youngsters or suicide levels. So it's like as if in our era you took a cigarette to your first communion rather than a mobile phone. You know, it's equally dangerous. Or no, not the first communion. When you got to secondary school, you took your cigarette. But we'd have been horrified if that had happened. So I don't know. Because we're going so fast that we don't know the effects, and there are effects that take their time, how it affects our cognition. I really don't know. Maybe we should change how things are financed here, how we collaborate. It's like the university rankings. They always say, oh, you know, the US are up there with their high ranking. When you think the whole of Europe, not just one country in Europe, then you're not comparing like with like, is what I'm saying. I think we could be quicker with our regulation. There are companies that carry out web analysis systems, and they can buy our system, which is the alternative to Google Analytics. So there are people innovating, trying to do something similar, but respecting the regulation. I think it is possible. And as for driverless cars, it's been discovered that these driverless cars don't detect children properly. So you talk about all of these driverless cars that run over children or pregnant women. But as there's self-regulation there. So it's a dilemma between earning money or running over children, really. It's like petrol companies know that people are being poisoned and have been poisoned for years because they're burning petrol. So what's the regulatory framework doing? Maybe if you say the speed limit is 30, then you don't run over anybody, but maybe you do run over a child. So, and mobile phones help us navigate and find a road that we need to follow.
And yet, for example, in Andalusia, buses don't coincide with trains in the way they should, so that it's not working properly. So I think we can innovate a lot. And with all the millions of euros that we're getting from Next Generation funds, I don't know if the problem really is a regulatory or not. Let's not think of the regulatory debate in terms of whether there's going to be a technology and that technology is going to breach something. What regulations say is that you have to respect some basic principles and values, such as the rule of law, human rights, basic things. If you build a device that kills somebody who opens a door to your house, obviously you know that's going to be illegal. But everything else, law doesn't operate in a vacuum, even with a specific regulation. I think these things can be compensated. It's also true that you think we're not prepared, but we actually are prepared. We seem to have forgotten the fact that 3 years ago there was a pandemic, and in just 24 hours we all learned how to use Zoom, Google Meet. I think we need to calm this conflict down. If we insist on this idea that there's a conflict between innovating and regulating, then we're going to find it more and more difficult to speak to each other, to understand each other. It's like political polarization. There doesn't need to be a conflict. Thank you, Christina, to close. Innovating. And more so because of the globalization that we mentioned earlier. Let's hope that the problem is just this, innovate or regulate. I think, as Marga said, in the end, it's like two sides to the same coin. For there to be regulation, there needs to be first innovation. For this innovation, if we can't use it in San Sebastian, we've got a driverless bus, which just drives around the technology part. We're waiting for the regulations to arrive, but we're ready. If a regulation arrives, then we're already ready. If we wait for regulation, we'd have to wait a little more for the technological development to advance enough. And may well be that that same thing happens with other jobs. People need to be upskilled. I think we need to prepare ourselves. We need to carry on innovating. And this is something that we've seen in the pandemic, especially if innovation is to improve people's lives. Let's hope we have many, many resources, that people concentrate on good technology and a good use of that technology, and then we won't lose competitiveness. We'll have sufficient power to be able to carry on being competitive in this globalized world. Thank you so much. That the final sentence today was about power, because when we talk about this, we're actually talking about power. There will be people that say, oh, that's typical political scientist talking. But actually, we're talking about how power is being wielded in a very new world, in a digital world in which more and more aspects of our lives are involved, to work, to study, to buy, even to find yourself a mate. There's the digital world. And yet sometimes we find it difficult to socialize with some standards. So if we look at this globally and geopolitically, and how different powers in the financial world, we didn't talk about financial world or societies, we can see the map of complexity, and we need to analyze all of this. Tomorrow we'll be back here at 10 o'clock. Yes, 10 o'clock, back here tomorrow with another busy day with keynote speeches, panel sessions. We'll try to deal with what we didn't manage to get to today, so we can talk more about geopolitics and technology. it's very difficult to deal with all subject areas, but at least we can deal with some of the key issues. Thanks to everybody that's listening to us over streaming or that sees us at a different moment in time. Thanks to all of you for being here. And thanks to the technical team who are the ones that make everything work so brilliantly.
Okay.